My parents used my college fund to pay for my sister's wedding, then expected me to drop out. I'm Elena, 22, youngest of three siblings in what I thought was a normal, middle-class family. My parents, Carol and Dennis, both 54, always preached about the importance of education. They started college funds for all three of us when we were born, constantly reminded us how lucky we were to have this security. My older brother Marcus, 28, used his fund for state school and graduated debt-free. My sister Brianna, 25, went to community college for 2 years, then dropped out to work in retail management. I'm a senior at a private university studying biomedical engineering. Expensive school, but my college fund covered it. My parents had always been transparent about the fund, showed me statements every year, told me exactly how much was there. Last statement I saw in December showed $47,000 remaining for my final semester and graduate school applications. Everything was on track. 3 weeks ago, Brianna got engaged to her boyfriend Tyler after dating for 10 months. Mom immediately went into wedding planning mode, talking about venues and guest lists. I was happy for Brianna, but focused on my senior thesis and grad school applications. Then, Mom sat me down for a family financial discussion. Elena, we need to talk about some changes. Brianna's getting married in June, and we want to give her the wedding she deserves. We've made some adjustments to help make that happen. My stomach dropped before she even continued. We've reallocated your college fund to cover the wedding expenses. It's about $50,000, which will give Brianna the perfect day. You'll need to take out loans for your final semester and reconsider your graduate school plans. I couldn't process what she was saying. You spent my college fund on Brianna's wedding? We reallocated family resources to where they're needed most right now. Brianna's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. You can get loans like most students. It's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. That money was mine, saved for my education since I was born. Dad walked in then, clearly knowing this conversation was happening. Elena, you're being selfish. Family supports family. Brianna needs this wedding, and you're young enough to pay off loans eventually. Your sister only gets married once. She's known Tyler for 10 months, and I'm 3 months from graduating. I can't suddenly get loans to cover a full semester at a private university. Mom got that disappointed look she does. This is exactly the kind of attitude we're talking about. You've always been the academic one, so focused on yourself that you forget about family obligations. Brianna has struggled. She deserves this celebration. They'd already done it, already transferred the money, already put deposits on venues and caterers. My college fund, 22 years of savings that was legally mine, was gone. Spent on a wedding for a sister who dropped out of the cheap community college they'd paid for because she didn't like homework. I called the bank where the fund was held. The representative confirmed that since the account was technically in my parents' names as custodians until I turned 25, they had legal right to withdraw funds. It wasn't fraud, just incredibly shitty parenting. I went home that weekend to confront them properly. Found Brianna there trying on wedding dresses Mom had already purchased with my money. When I walked in, Brianna actually smiled and said, "Elena, thank God you're here. I need your opinion on these dresses. Mom's being so generous with the budget." "Generous with my college fund, you mean?" Her smile faded. "Oh, you know about that. Look, I'm sorry you're upset, but this wedding is really important to me and Tyler. You'll understand when you get married someday. I'll understand that my parents stole my education fund for a party." Mom appeared from the kitchen. "Elena, enough. We've made our decision. You can either support your sister or you can leave." I looked at all of them. At the wedding planning scattered across the table. At the dresses that cost what could have covered my textbooks and lab fees. "I'll leave then." I drove back to campus and immediately went to the financial aid office. Explained the situation to a counselor who'd helped me before. She was sympathetic but realistic. Getting private loans 3 months before graduation with no cosigner and no credit history? Nearly impossible. Federal loans couldn't cover the full amount at this stage. My options were basically drop out for the semester and lose my scholarships, or find $18,000 in 3 weeks before payment was due. I posted about the situation in my university's Reddit community, not expecting much beyond sympathy. Instead, a senior in the law school program reached out, said this sounded like potential grounds for legal action, especially since the fund had been explicitly designated for educational purposes. She connected me with a law professor who did family financial cases. The professor reviewed everything: the original fund documents, the statements showing educational purpose designation, emails from my parents over the years explicitly calling it Elena's college fund. His assessment was that while my parents technically had legal access as custodians, the fund's designated purpose and documented history created a strong case for constructive trust violation. They can't just redesignate funds that have been explicitly earmarked for education for 22 years. You have a case, especially since you're only 1 semester from completion, and they've completely eliminated your ability to finish. I didn't want to sue my parents, but I also didn't want to drop out 3 months before graduating with a biomedical engineering degree after 4 years of perfect grades. So, I sent them a letter through the lawyer, giving them 48 hours to return the funds or face legal action. My phone exploded. Dad called screaming that I was destroying the family over money, that I was an ungrateful brat who'd always cared more about myself than anyone else. Mom sent a long text about how disappointed she was in me, how she'd raised me better than to threaten my own parents with lawyers. Brianna left a voicemail crying, saying I was ruining her wedding because I was jealous she'd found love before me. Marcus called too, but his take was different. Jesus, Elena, they really took your whole fund? I didn't know it was that bad. That's completely messed up. You knew they took some of it? Mom mentioned reallocating a portion to help Brianna. I thought maybe like 5 or 10,000, not the entire thing. And I thought you'd agreed to it. Turned out my parents had told the whole extended family that I'd generously offered to contribute to Brianna's wedding and was just having second thoughts. That I was being immature about a decision I'd already made. My grandparents had called to lecture me about commitment and family loyalty based on completely false information. I sent a group email to the extended family with the actual facts. My parents had taken my entire college fund without asking. I'd found out after it was spent. I was now unable to complete my degree unless they returned it. Attached screenshots of the text where Mom told me about the reallocation, and my response clearly saying I didn't agree. My grandmother called within an hour. Elena, I'm so sorry. Your mother told us you'd offered to help with wedding costs. If I'd known they took your education fund, I never would have supported this. That's completely inappropriate. Several aunts and uncles reached out with similar reactions. The family narrative shifted fast once people knew the truth. My parents were getting calls from relatives asking what the hell they were thinking, taking their daughter's college fund for a wedding. Mom called me furious. You had no right to involve the whole family. This was between us. You involved them first when you lied about me offering the money. I just corrected the record. The lawyer sent formal notice. My parents had 48 hours to return the $47,000 to my educational account, or we'd file suit for constructive trust violation and educational fund misappropriation. We also included a section noting that their misrepresentation to family members could constitute defamation if they continued claiming I'd offered the money. Brianna called me sobbing. Elena, please don't do this. We've already put deposits down. We'll lose everything. Can't you just take out loans like everyone else? This is my special day. Your special day was funded by stealing my education. How is that supposed to make me feel good about celebrating with you? It's not stealing. Mom and Dad have the right to use money in accounts they control. You're being so selfish about this. Brianna, they saved that money explicitly for my college education for 22 years. The account statements literally say, Elena College Fund. If they wanted family money they could reallocate, they shouldn't have designated it specifically for my education. You sound like a lawyer. This is family, not a legal case. You made it a legal case when you took money that wasn't yours. Tyler, her fiancé, got on the phone then. Look, Elena, I get you're upset, but we're talking about one semester of college versus our entire wedding. You can finish your degree later. We can't redo our wedding day. I can't finish my degree later. I lose my scholarships if I take a semester off, and my thesis research would be invalidated. I'd have to start over. 4 years of work gone, so you can have a $50,000 party. See, this is why Brianna's family warned me you were difficult. You care more about school than people. I hung up. Let them think I was difficult. I wasn't dropping out of biomedical engineering 3 months before graduation so my sister could have an overpriced wedding to a guy she'd known for less than a year. The 48-hour deadline passed. My parents didn't return the money. We filed suit. The legal case became local news somehow. Parents sued by daughter for taking college fund for sister's wedding. My university's newspaper picked it up. Then regional news. My parents were getting absolutely destroyed in public opinion. Comment sections filled with people calling them terrible parents, calling Brianna entitled, saying I was completely justified. Mom called crying. Elena, do you see what you've done? Everyone's calling us awful parents. Your father's co-workers are asking him about it. Brianna's been crying for 3 days because people are sending her nasty messages about the wedding. You could make it all go away by returning my college fund. We can't. We've spent it. The deposits are non-refundable. We've paid vendors. We've committed to things. We don't have $47,000 just sitting around to give back to you. Then you shouldn't have spent it in the first place. The lawyer was optimistic about our case, but legal proceedings take time. I had 2 weeks until the semester payment was due. I was going to have to withdraw and lose everything unless we got an emergency injunction forcing them to pay the tuition directly. Then my grandmother called. Elena, I've talked to your grandfather. We're going to pay your tuition for this semester. Consider it an early inheritance. You finish your degree, and we'll sort out your parents later. I cried on the phone with her. Grandma, that's too much. I can't ask you to. You're not asking. I'm offering. What your parents did is unconscionable. You're 3 months from graduating with honors in engineering. That's not getting derailed because they made terrible choices. My grandparents paid the tuition. I submitted my senior thesis, applied to graduate programs. Meanwhile, the legal case proceeded. Discovery was revealing. The lawyer subpoenaed all communications about the fund, found emails from my parents to the bank specifically referencing the fund's educational purpose, found old tax documents where they'd claimed educational deductions for the fund contributions, built an airtight case that this money was designated for my education regardless of whose name was on the account. The settlement conference happened 2 weeks before Brianna's wedding. The mediator took one look at the evidence and told my parents bluntly that they were going to lose if this went to court. That they'd not only have to return the money, but likely pay my legal fees and potentially punitive damages for the defamation. They settled. Agreed to pay my grandparents back the tuition money they'd fronted, agreed to establish a new educational fund for my graduate school that they couldn't touch, agreed to send a written apology to extended family members correcting their false claims about me offering the money. Brianna's wedding got significantly downsized. Instead of the $50,000 event at a resort, she had an $8,000 wedding at a local venue with immediate family only. She didn't speak to me for months. I graduated top of my class in biomedical engineering, got accepted to a fully funded PhD program at my first choice school. My grandparents came to graduation. My parents didn't. Mom sent a card that said, "Congratulations on your graduation. I hope you're happy with the choices you've made. Like I was the one who'd made bad choices by wanting to complete my education. Marcus told me later that Brianna's marriage was already struggling, that she and Tyler fight constantly about money, that the downsized wedding ruined their marriage before it started, according to Brianna, that she blames me for not having the perfect wedding she'd planned. I don't feel guilty anymore. They tried to steal my future for a party. I fought back. If that makes me the villain in their story, I can live with that. My parents made a choice. Brianna's wedding over my education. I made a choice too. My future over their comfort. Sometimes standing up for yourself means accepting that family might never forgive you for refusing to be a doormat. My family anonymously reported my business to get me shut down and move back home. I'm Arden, 29, own a small artisan bakery in Portland that I started 3 years ago after culinary school. It's my dream realized, specializing in custom wedding cakes and French pastries, built from nothing into a thriving business with a loyal client base and excellent reputation. I work 70-hour weeks, love every minute, finally feel like I've found my purpose after years of searching. My family back in Tennessee, Mom, Lorraine, 60, Dad, Curtis, 62, and sister Harper, 32, have never understood why I left home for the West Coast. They see my bakery as a risky hobby, not a real career. They've spent 3 years pressuring me to come home, take over Dad's accounting firm, do something stable and sensible instead of baking cakes. I've ignored the pressure, stayed focused on building my business. My bakery was featured in local food magazines, got rave reviews, had a 6-month wait list for wedding cakes. I was expanding to a larger commercial space, hiring more staff. Everything was going perfectly. Then, 2 months ago, I got hit with a storm of regulatory inspections. Health department showed up unannounced, tore apart my kitchen, found minor violations I immediately corrected. Fire marshal came next, claimed my emergency exits weren't properly marked, even though they'd passed inspection 6 months prior. Building inspector followed, questioning my commercial permits. Each inspection found small issues, nothing major, but the frequency was alarming. My bakery was being inspected more in 2 weeks than in the entire previous 3 years combined. Each inspection meant shutting down for hours, losing revenue, stressing my staff. Then, the city zoning board notified me I was operating in violation of commercial zoning laws, claimed my bakery was actually in a residential zone, not properly zoned for food production. Except, I'd verified zoning before signing my lease, had all the proper permits. They were threatening to shut me down entirely pending a zoning review. I hired a lawyer who specialized in small business regulations. She reviewed everything and was confused. Your permits are all valid. Your zoning is correct. Someone's filing complaints triggering these inspections, but the complaints themselves are baseless. Do you have competitors who might want you shut down? I didn't think so. Portland's food scene was collaborative, not cutthroat. Then I got a letter from the health department listing the specific complaints that had triggered inspections. Someone had anonymously reported seeing rats in my kitchen, employees not washing hands, expired ingredients being used, unsanitary conditions. All completely false. My kitchen was immaculate, passed every inspection once they actually looked. But the anonymous complaints kept coming, triggering mandatory inspections each time. My lawyer filed a Freedom of Information request to get details about open doors for him. You're already in a PhD program. You'll have other publications. Damien needs this more than you do. I couldn't breathe. You gave him my research to submit under his name? Research I spent 3 years developing? Dad got on the line. Sasha, be reasonable. You're going to have a career in science regardless. Damien needs a credential to get started. One publication under his name could change his life. You can afford to share this opportunity with family. It's not an opportunity to share. It's my research, my data, my work. And you gave it to Damien to commit academic fraud. Mom started crying. Why are you being so selfish? This is family. Family helps each other succeed. You'd rather see your cousins struggle than share one paper? They genuinely saw this as sharing an opportunity, not theft. They'd taken 3 years of my work and given it to Damien because they thought he needed the career boost more than I did. I reported the plagiarism to the journal immediately, provided my original manuscripts with timestamps proving I'd written the paper months before Damien's submission, showed my lab notebooks, my data files, communications with my advisor, proved conclusively that the research was mine and Damien had fraudulently claimed authorship. The journal retracted Damien's submission and contacted the institute he'd listed as his affiliation. Turned out the institute didn't exist. He'd created a fake research organization to make his submission seem legitimate. The journal flagged him in their system as having committed plagiarism, effectively banning him from ever submitting to any of their publications. But that wasn't enough. Academic fraud is serious. I filed formal complaints with academic integrity boards, reported Damien for research misconduct, pursued every avenue to ensure there were consequences for stealing 3 years of my work. The investigation revealed how the theft had happened. My mother had forwarded my manuscript to Damien the same day I'd sent it to her. They'd discussed how to submit it as his work, created the fake institute affiliation, removed my name, and replaced it with his. They'd carefully timed the submission to beat mine to the journal. Text messages between my family members showed they'd coordinated the entire plan. Leo to Mom. Are you sure Sasha won't find out? Mom to Leo. By the time she knows, it'll already be published under Damien's name. She'll be upset, but she'll get over it. Dad to Damien. This could be your big break. Sasha's already successful. She doesn't need this paper the way you do. They'd conspired to commit academic fraud against me because they'd decided Damien's career prospects mattered more than my 3 years of research. My advisor was furious. Not at me, but at my family for putting me in this position. She helped me document everything for the formal misconduct proceedings. Said in her 30 years in academia, she'd never seen a family deliberately steal their own child's research to give to a cousin. Damien was charged with academic fraud and research misconduct by multiple oversight boards. He'd never completed a degree, so he wasn't affiliated with any university, but the broader academic community takes fraud seriously. His name was flagged in databases that track research misconduct, effectively ending any chance he'd ever have of working in legitimate research. My family's response was to blame me for ruining Damien's life. Mom called me sobbing, said I destroyed my cousin's future over one paper, that I was vindictive and selfish, that I'd chosen my career over family loyalty. He stole 3 years of my work. You all helped him commit fraud. We were trying to help him build a future. You already have a future. Why couldn't you just let him have this one thing? Because it's not one thing. It's my entire dissertation research. It's my career, and it wasn't yours to give to him. She hung up on me. My brother sent texts calling me heartless, saying Damien was devastated, and it was my fault for not understanding family comes first. My father sent an email saying I'd lost perspective, that research papers weren't worth destroying family relationships over. But they'd destroyed the relationship when they stole my research. I hadn't done anything except protect my work and hold them accountable for fraud. I changed the direction of my dissertation slightly, incorporated the stolen research as one chapter, but developed additional findings to round out my PhD. My advisor fast-tracked my publication in the original journal, making clear I was the true author and that a previous fraudulent submission had been retracted. The paper was published under my name 6 months after the Damien incident. It received significant attention in my field, got cited in follow-up research, established me as an emerging expert in protein folding mechanisms. It was everything I'd worked for, and nearly lost to family members who thought my cousin's career mattered more than my 3 years of work. Damien tried to rebuild credibility, but the academic fraud followed him. He couldn't get into graduate programs, couldn't work at research institutes, couldn't establish himself in any science-adjacent field because a simple background check revealed he'd plagiarized someone else's research and submitted it under a fake affiliation. My family blamed me for Damien's unemployability, said if I'd just let the publication go through under his name, he'd have had a foundation to build on, that I'd ruined his life out of spite over one paper. They couldn't or wouldn't understand that it wasn't one paper. It was 3 years of my life. It was my dissertation. It was my career foundation, and they'd tried to give it to someone else because they didn't value my work enough to protect it. I cut contact completely, got a new phone number, blocked them on all platforms, moved across the country for a postdoctoral position without telling them where. My advisor wrote a strong recommendation emphasizing my integrity and resilience in the face of unprecedented family-based research theft. I'm 26 now, published author, postdoctoral researcher at a top institution, building a career my family tried to steal from my cousin. They've attempted contact through university systems, sending messages through public academic profiles I can't block without harming my professional presence. The messages are always the same. I overreacted, destroyed Damien's life over a misunderstanding, should have been grateful they were trying to help family succeed. They still frame stealing my research as an act of generosity I should have appreciated. I never respond. Someone who'd steal 3 years of your research to give to a cousin doesn't deserve explanation or engagement. They made choices, committed academic fraud, faced consequences. That we're family didn't make what they did any less theft. Sometimes people ask if I regret destroying my relationship with my family over one research paper. The answer is always no, because it wasn't one paper. It was my life's work until that point. It was my dissertation foundation. It was my career launch. And they tried to give it to Damien because they valued his need for a credential more than my 3 years of labor. My family didn't see my research as valuable in itself. They saw it as a resource they could redistribute to whoever they decided needed it more. That's not how academic work works. That's not how any of this works. Damien could have built his own career through legitimate work. Instead, he chose to steal mine with my family's help. He faces consequences that follow him professionally. My parents and brother face estrangement from a daughter and sister who refuses to forgive research theft. Those are appropriate consequences for people who'd commit academic fraud against their own family member because they thought someone else deserved the credit more. I protected my work, my career, my future. They tried to steal it. I chose my career over people who'd already chosen my cousin's fake credentials over my real work. And I'd make that choice again without hesitation. My family faked a terminal illness diagnosis to guilt me into moving home. I'm Margot, 26, living in Chicago, working as an architect at a firm I love. I moved here 4 years ago, right after grad school, built a career and life that's entirely mine. My family back in Arizona, Mom, Carolyn, 57, Dad, Rick, 59, and brother Tobias, 30, have never accepted my choice to live so far away. Weekly guilt trips about missing family events, comments about how I've abandoned them, pressure to move back home. I maintained my boundaries. Visited twice a year for holidays, video called regularly but made it clear my life was in Chicago and I wasn't moving back. They'd grudgingly accepted this for years, until 3 months ago when everything changed. Mom called me at work, crying, said she had something terrible to tell me, that the doctors had just given her devastating news. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer, 6 months to live, maybe less. The prognosis was grim, treatment options limited. I was shattered. Pancreatic cancer is aggressive and brutal. 6 months meant I'd lose my mother before the year ended. I immediately requested family leave from work, booked a flight to Arizona for the next day. When I arrived, Mom looked healthy. Not like someone with stage 4 cancer. But I knew cancer could be invisible sometimes, that people don't always look sick immediately. She said she'd just started chemo, that the effects would come soon. I stayed for a week, went to what I was told was a chemo appointment. Mom went into the cancer center while I waited in the lobby. She came out looking tired, said the treatment was exhausting. I researched pancreatic cancer obsessively, read about symptoms and progression, tried to prepare myself for watching my mother die. Before I left, the family sat me down for a conversation. Dad spoke first. "Margot, with your mother's diagnosis, we need to discuss practical matters. She needs support through treatment and her final months. We think you should move home." "Move home? I have a career in Chicago, an apartment, a life." Tobias jumped in. "Mom has 6 months to live. Your career can wait. Family should be your priority right now. I can visit frequently, maybe take extended leave, but I can't just abandon my job." Mom started crying. "So you're choosing your career over spending my final months with me? This is what I get for raising you, supporting your dreams? You can't even come home when I'm dying?" The guilt was crushing. They were right. Wasn't my mother's final 6 months more important than any job? But something felt off. I couldn't articulate what. I flew back to Chicago, requested a meeting with my boss about extended leave options, started looking into remote work arrangements, began the painful process of possibly giving up everything I'd built to move home for Mom's final months. Then, 2 weeks later, I got a Facebook message from someone I didn't know. A woman named Lisa who said she'd been in the waiting room at the cancer center the day I was there with my mother. She'd seen me, recognized me from family photos Mom had shown her at their book club. "I'm so sorry to intrude, but I need to tell you something. Your mother isn't sick. She's been coming to the cancer center with her friend Diane, who actually has cancer. Your mother has been sitting in the waiting room pretending to be a patient. I'm Diane's daughter. I've seen your mother there multiple times. She's not receiving treatment." I called the cancer center directly, asked to speak with someone about my mother's treatment. They had no patient by her name, no record of any appointments, treatments, or diagnoses. I called the oncologist Mom had mentioned. His office confirmed they'd never treated anyone named Carolyn Fisher. They had no record of her in their system. My mother had fabricated terminal cancer to guilt me into moving home. I flew back to Arizona without telling them I was coming, showed up at their house, and confronted them directly. "Mom, I spoke with the cancer center. You're not a patient there. You don't have cancer." The silence was deafening. Then Dad tried to speak. "Margot, let us explain." "Explain what? That you faked terminal cancer to manipulate me into moving home?" Mom started crying, but it felt performative now. "We were desperate. You wouldn't listen. You kept choosing Chicago over family. We needed to make you understand how much we need you here." "By making me think you were dying?" Tobias said. "We thought if you came home for the cancer, you'd realize how much better life is here. You'd stay on your own once you saw what you'd been missing. You faked cancer. You let me believe my mother was dying." Dad got defensive. "We didn't think you'd actually verify it. We thought you'd just accept it and come home. This was supposed to bring the family together." I stood there looking at people who'd put me through weeks of grief and terror over a fabricated illness to control where I lived, who'd let me believe I was losing my mother to manipulate me into giving up my career. I pulled out my phone and showed them the recording I'd been making of the entire conversation. They'd admitted on tape to fabricating terminal cancer, to deliberately deceiving me, to planning to use fake illness to make me abandon my life in Chicago. "I'm filing charges for fraud and emotional distress. You committed fraud by misrepresenting medical conditions to extract things from me, emotional and potentially financial." Mom's face went pale. "You wouldn't take your own family to court over a misunderstanding." "This isn't a misunderstanding. This is calculated manipulation using fake terminal illness." I left their house, went to a lawyer in Phoenix, explained the situation, provided the recording. The lawyer was disturbed, but said I definitely had grounds for civil action, potentially criminal fraud charges if they'd obtained anything of value through the deception. I filed a police report first. Fraud, misrepresentation, emotional manipulation through false medical claims. The detective assigned to my case said this was unusual, but definitely actionable. That faking terminal illness to manipulate someone was serious. I also filed a civil lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, fraud, and any costs I'd incurred based on their lies. My employer had started processing my leave request. I'd been looking at breaking my lease. I'd made financial and professional plans based on fake cancer. My family hired a lawyer who argued they'd made an error in judgment, but not committed actual fraud. That they'd been trying to reconnect with their daughter and had used poor methods. That no real harm had been done, since I hadn't actually moved yet. My lawyer showed the court the recording, the documentation of my plans to relocate based on the false diagnosis, the emotional distress of believing my mother was dying, showed text messages where Mom had described chemo symptoms in detail, completely fabricated. This wasn't poor judgment. It was systematic deception. The trial revealed more disturbing details. They'd been planning the fake cancer for months, had researched what diagnosis would be most compelling, most likely to make me move home without question, had chosen pancreatic cancer specifically because it's aggressive with poor prognosis. They'd created fake medical documents, printed them at home to show me if I asked for verification, had coordinated their story, practiced their responses. Mom had watched videos of chemo patients to know how to act tired after her fake appointments. This was premeditated, detailed fraud designed to destroy my independence and career by making me think she was dying. The jury found in my favor. My family was ordered to pay $75,000 in damages for emotional distress, costs incurred, and punitive damages for the deliberate nature of their deception. They were also charged criminally with fraud. The criminal case resulted in probation for all three and mandatory counseling. The judge said, using fake terminal illness to manipulate family members was one of the more cruel forms of manipulation he'd seen. My extended family's reaction was divided. Some relatives said my family had gone too far, but that suing them was vindictive. Others said faking cancer was unforgivable, that I'd done the right thing, protecting myself from people capable of such manipulation. My grandmother, Dad's mother, cut them off entirely, said she was ashamed her son would fake his wife's terminal illness to control their daughter, that cancer had killed her sister, and watching them trivialize it for manipulation was disgusting. The architecture firm I work for was incredibly supportive. My boss said the family leave request was canceled, that they were horrified by what my family had done, that my job was secure, and they'd never question my judgment after watching me handle such a difficult situation. But the emotional damage was severe. I'd spent weeks grieving my mother, preparing to watch her die, researching how to support someone through end-stage cancer. The grief was real, even though the illness wasn't. Processing that the grief was based on lies, that I'd been manipulated into that emotional state deliberately, required extensive therapy. I have trust issues now around any family medical claims. When my actual grandmother got sick last year, I struggled to believe it was real, had to verify with doctors directly before I could accept the diagnosis. My family's fake cancer had broken my ability to take medical information at face value. My family completed their probation a year ago. They've attempted contact through various channels, sending messages about how they made mistakes but were acting out of love, that they missed me and wanted to repair our relationship, that family should forgive. I haven't responded. Got a permanent restraining order instead. Someone who'd fake terminal cancer to manipulate you into giving up your career doesn't deserve access to your life, family or not. I'm 28 now, still in Chicago, still working as an architect, building a life they tried to destroy through fabricated terminal illness. I'm engaged to someone who thinks what my family did was sociopathic, who supports my decision to stay permanently estranged. Sometimes people ask if suing your family for faking cancer was excessive. if maybe they'd just made a desperate mistake trying to reconnect. The answer is no. They didn't make a desperate mistake. They committed calculated fraud. They researched what terminal illness would be most manipulative, created fake medical documents, practiced their lies, let me grieve a death that wasn't happening, tried to make me abandon my career and life to move home based on fabricated dying wishes. That's not family trying to reconnect. That's psychological abuse through medical fraud. They faced civil and criminal consequences. They lost permanent access to the daughter they tried to control. Those are appropriate consequences. Family doesn't excuse faking terminal illness to manipulate someone's life choices. Being someone's parent doesn't give you the right to make them think you're dying, to control where they live. They made choices that were cruel and criminal. I chose to protect myself and hold them accountable. That's not revenge. That's survival. I'm building a life they tried to destroy by making me think my mother had 6 months to live. They sit with court judgments and restraining orders, permanently cut off from the daughter they manipulated through fake cancer. And I have zero regrets about the consequences they face for what they did. My family forged documents to have me declared legally incompetent so they could control my life. I'm Finn, 25, diagnosed with high-functioning autism at age 7. I've always been independent despite my parents treating my diagnosis like a tragedy rather than just a different way of experiencing the world. I graduated college with honors, got a job as a software engineer, live in my own apartment, manage my life successfully. My autism affects how I process sensory input and social situations, but it's never prevented me from living independently. My parents, Maureen and Joseph, both 56, have always been overprotective to the point of suffocation. They'd monitor my every move growing up, control my schedule, make decisions for me long past the age when most kids gain autonomy. They treated my autism like I was perpetually a child who needed constant supervision, regardless of my actual capabilities. When I moved out at 23 after landing my engineering job, they reacted like I'd announced I was moving to Mars, said I couldn't possibly live alone, that I needed support, that something terrible would happen. I proved them wrong, thrived independently for 2 years, called them weekly but maintained firm boundaries about their involvement in my daily life. Then, 3 months ago, I got served with legal papers at my workplace. My parents had filed a petition to have me declared legally incompetent and to be appointed as my legal guardians. The court documents claimed I was unable to manage my personal affairs, make sound decisions, or care for myself due to my autism. I was blindsided. I'd been living independently for 2 years with 0 issues, paid my rent on time, managed my finances responsibly, maintained employment, had friendships and hobbies. There was no basis for incompetency proceedings except my autism diagnosis from 18 years ago. The hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks later. I hired a disability rights lawyer immediately who specialized in fighting unjust guardianship cases. She reviewed the petition and was appalled. Your parents have submitted medical evaluations claiming you require 24-hour supervision, that you're unable to make informed decisions, that you have the functional capacity of a young child. None of this matches your actual life circumstances. The medical evaluations were from a doctor I'd never met, a psychiatrist named Dr. Herman Finch. He'd apparently evaluated me and determined I was severely impaired and required full guardianship. Except I'd never been evaluated by him, had never even heard his name before seeing these documents. This doctor evaluated me without me being present? My lawyer looked grim. These evaluations appear to be fraudulent. We'll need to prove that at the hearing. I contacted Dr. Finch's office. His receptionist confirmed he'd evaluated me 2 months ago, that my parents had brought me in for assessment. Except 2 months ago, I'd been at work in a different city. Pulled up my work calendar, time logs, badge swipe records. I was provably at my office during the day, and time Dr. Finch claimed to have evaluated me. Someone had impersonated me at that evaluation, and Dr. Finch had written a detailed psychiatric report about my supposed severe impairment without verifying he'd actually evaluated the right person. My lawyer subpoenaed Dr. Finch's records. The evaluation notes described someone who was nonverbal, unable to make eye contact, exhibiting severe self-injurious behaviors, and functioning at the level of a 6-year-old. None of that described me. I'm verbal, make eye contact fine, don't engage in self-injury, and function at an adult level in every measurable way. The person who'd been evaluated wasn't me. My parents had brought someone else to Dr. Finch's office, claimed it was me, and obtained a fraudulent evaluation to support their guardianship petition. The hearing was surreal. My parents' lawyer presented Dr. Finch's evaluation as evidence I needed guardianship. My lawyer showed the court my employment records, my work performance reviews, letters from my employer praising my technical skills and reliability, my apartment lease and payment history, bank statements showing responsible financial management. Then, she showed my work badge swipes, proving I'd been in my office 200 miles away during the alleged evaluation. That whoever Dr. Finch had evaluated, it wasn't me. The judge ordered Dr. Finch to appear and explain the discrepancy. He came to court looking nervous, admitted he'd evaluated someone my parents brought to his office, had assumed it was me based on their representation. He'd never verified identity, never asked for ID, just accepted their word that the person they'd brought was their autistic adult child. So you wrote a detailed psychiatric evaluation recommending guardianship for someone whose identity you never verified. Dr. Finch mumbled something about trusting family members to present the correct patient. The judge was not impressed. My lawyer then revealed what she'd uncovered through investigation. My parents had brought my cousin Austin, 23, to Dr. Finch's office and claimed he was me. Austin has severe autism and does require significant support. He's nonverbal, lives with his parents, receives disability services. Everything Dr. Finch's evaluation described matched Austin, not me. My parents had deliberately substituted Austin for me in the evaluation to obtain a fraudulent incompetency determination. They'd committed identity fraud to have me declared legally incompetent so they could control my life. The judge was furious, dismissed the guardianship petition immediately, reported my parents and Dr. Finch to authorities for fraud. But the hearing didn't end there. My lawyer presented additional evidence. My parents had already been making plans based on their expected guardianship. They'd contacted my employer, claiming I'd be unable to continue working due to my condition. They'd given notice on my apartment. They'd opened bank accounts in my name that they planned to transfer my funds into once they had guardianship. They'd been systematically dismantling my independent life in anticipation of controlling me legally. They'd already done damage before the court could stop them. My employer had been understanding when I'd explained the situation, but the incident had created awkwardness. My landlord had started eviction proceedings based on the notice my parents had given. I had to fight multiple administrative battles to undo what my parents had set in motion. I filed criminal charges against my parents for fraud, identity theft, and forgery of legal documents. They were arrested, initially claimed they'd been acting in my best interest, that I couldn't truly care for myself despite appearances, that they'd done what was necessary to protect me. The prosecutor showed the court the evidence. The substitution of Austin for me in the evaluation, the fraudulent medical reports, their communications planning how to take over my life once guardianship was granted. This wasn't parental concern. It was systematic fraud to remove my legal autonomy. My parents' defense argued they genuinely believed I needed support, that their methods might have been questionable, but their intentions were protective. The prosecutor countered that committing identity fraud and forgery to have your competent adult child declared legally incompetent isn't protection, it's abuse. During trial, more disturbing details emerged. My parents had been planning this for over a year. They'd researched guardianship laws, consulted with attorneys about the process, deliberately chosen Dr. Finch because he had a reputation for not thoroughly verifying patient identities. They'd coached Austin's parents on what to say when bringing him to the evaluation. This wasn't an impulsive mistake. This was calculated fraud executed over many months to strip me of legal autonomy because my parents couldn't accept my independence. My aunt and uncle, Austin's parents, were questioned about their involvement. They admitted my parents had told them it was a paperwork formality to help me access services, that they'd thought they were helping by bringing Austin to an evaluation. When they realized it was part of a guardianship fraud scheme, they were horrified. My parents were convicted of fraud, forgery, and conspiracy, sentenced to 2 years in prison, 3 years probation, ordered to pay restitution for my legal fees and the damages caused by their interference with my employment and housing. But the consequences extended beyond criminal penalties. Dr. Finch lost his medical license for conducting evaluations without verifying patient identity and submitting fraudulent reports to court. My parents' actions had destroyed a doctor's career, along with attempting to destroy my autonomy. The autism community rallied around my case. Disability rights organizations used my situation as an example of guardianship abuse, how families sometimes weaponize disability diagnoses to control competent adults. I spoke at conferences about my experience, helped advocate for stricter identity verification in competency evaluations. My parents' conviction created a rift in extended family. Some relatives said they'd gone too far, but I'd overreacted by pressing criminal charges. Others said what they did was unforgivable, using my autism diagnosis as justification to commit fraud. My grandparents, my mom's parents, cut my parents off entirely, said they were ashamed their daughter had tried to have her competent adult child declared incompetent through fraud, that they'd raised her better than to abuse the guardianship system. My parents were released from prison 6 months ago after serving 18 months. They immediately tried to contact me, sent letters saying they'd made mistakes but had been acting out of love, that they'd been worried about my future and had taken extreme measures to ensure I'd be protected. I got a permanent restraining order. Someone who'd commit identity fraud to have you declared legally incompetent doesn't deserve access to your life, parents or not. The restraining order also prohibits them from contacting my employer, my landlord, or any service providers involved in my life. I'm 27 now, still living independently, still working as a software engineer, thriving without parental interference. My autism hasn't prevented me from building a successful, autonomous life. It never did. My parents' refusal to accept my competence was their issue, not mine. Sometimes people ask if having my parents imprisoned for trying to obtain guardianship was an overreaction. If maybe they genuinely believed I needed help. The answer is no. They didn't believe I needed help. They wanted control. They committed identity fraud, bringing my cousin to an evaluation and claiming he was me. They forged medical documents. They planned to take over my finances, my housing, my employment. They systematically worked to dismantle my independent life so they could control me legally. That's not parental concern. That's abuse disguised as protection. They faced criminal consequences for attempting to strip me of legal autonomy through fraud. My autism is part of who I am, not a justification for removal of my rights. My parents treated my diagnosis as evidence of permanent incompetence, regardless of my actual capabilities. They couldn't accept that I'm autistic and independent, so they tried to use the legal system to force me into dependence. Family doesn't excuse committing fraud to have your competent adult child declared legally incompetent. Being someone's parent doesn't give you the right to substitute someone else in a psychiatric evaluation to obtain guardianship. They made choices that were criminal. I chose to protect my autonomy. That's not revenge. That's survival. I'm building a life they tried to destroy through fraudulent guardianship proceedings. They sit with criminal records and restraining orders, permanently barred from interfering in my life. Those are appropriate consequences for people who'd commit identity fraud to control their adult child. and I have zero regrets about enforcing them. My parents falsely accused my partner of domestic violence to have them deported. I'm Quinn, 27, dating my partner Yuki, 28, for 3 years. Yuki is Japanese, came to the U.S. on a student visa 6 years ago for grad school, then got an H-1B work visa as a data analyst. We met through mutual friends, fell in love gradually, moved in together last year. Yuki's brilliant, gentle, kind, everything I could want in a partner. My parents, Barbara and Kenneth, both 60, have never approved of my relationship. They're traditionally conservative, always imagined me with someone who fit their narrow vision of acceptable. Yuki being Japanese was their first issue, though they claimed culture and values were their concerns, not race. Their discomfort with my queerness added another layer, since I'd come out as non-binary after meeting Yuki. We kept contact with my family minimal, video calls every few months, visits once a year maximum. My parents would make subtle comments about Yuki's English, even though Yuki speaks 4 languages fluently. Comments about Japanese culture being so different from American values. Comments about how difficult cross-cultural relationships were long-term. Last Christmas, Yuki and I visited my parents in Ohio for 3 days. It was tense but manageable. We left feeling like maybe we'd gotten through a family obligation without major incident. I was wrong. 2 weeks after that visit, Yuki got a notice from immigration authorities. An investigation had been opened regarding Yuki's visa status based on allegations of criminal activity. Specifically, allegations of domestic violence against an American citizen, which could result in visa revocation and deportation. Yuki was terrified. We'd never had any domestic violence in our relationship, never even raised our voices at each other. This had to be a mistake. We called an immigration lawyer immediately. The lawyer reviewed the complaint. Someone had filed a detailed report with immigration authorities claiming that Yuki had been physically and emotionally abusing me for over a year. The report included specific incidents with dates, descriptions of injuries I'd allegedly sustained, claims that I was being controlled and isolated by an abusive foreign partner. None of it was true. 0 incidents of abuse had occurred, because Yuki had never been abusive. But someone had filed an official report with immigration, and now Yuki was facing deportation proceedings. Who filed the report? I asked the lawyer. He checked the documentation. Barbara and Kenneth Thompson, your parents. My parents had filed false domestic violence allegations against Yuki with immigration authorities to have Yuki deported. They'd fabricated detailed abuse claims, provided false evidence, triggered a deportation investigation because they didn't approve of our relationship. I called my mother immediately. You reported Yuki to immigration for domestic violence? Yuki has never abused me. She didn't even sound apologetic. We reported what we saw, Quinn. The bruises on your arms at Christmas, your weight loss, your defensive behavior. Those are classic signs of abuse. I don't have bruises. I haven't lost weight. This is completely fabricated. We saw the bruises, Quinn. We took photos. And Yuki's behavior toward you was controlling and concerning. We had to report it to protect you. If you'd actually seen bruises, why didn't you ask me about them? Why go straight to immigration with false reports? My father got on the line. Because abuse victims defend their abusers. We knew you'd deny it. Going to immigration ensures Yuki faces consequences even if you won't press charges yourself. They'd deliberately chosen immigration because domestic violence allegations could result in visa revocation and deportation. This wasn't about protecting me from abuse. This was about removing Yuki from my life by having Yuki deported to Japan. The immigration investigation was thorough and terrifying. Yuki had to provide extensive documentation, submit to interviews, prove the abuse allegations were false. Meanwhile, Yuki's visa status was in limbo. Work authorization was suspended pending investigation. Yuki couldn't leave the country because re-entry would be denied. I had to provide statements too. documented that no abuse had occurred, that my parents' allegations were fabricated. Went to a doctor and had a full examination proving I had no bruises, injuries, or any evidence of physical abuse. Provided character references from friends, co-workers, Yuki's colleagues, all stating we had a healthy relationship. The photos my parents claimed showed bruises? They'd taken pictures of me at Christmas and then edited them digitally to add what looked like bruise marks on my arms. The editing was obvious when examined by experts, but they'd submitted the fake photos as evidence to immigration. They'd also fabricated a timeline of abuse, claimed they'd witnessed Yuki yelling at me, shoving me, controlling what I ate and wore. All fiction. All designed to paint Yuki as an abusive foreign partner who should be deported. The immigration investigator interviewed my parents. They stuck to their story, insisted they'd genuinely witnessed abuse, that they'd reported in good faith to protect their child. Showed the fake photos, described incidents that never happened, painted themselves as concerned parents doing the right thing. My lawyer gathered evidence showing the photos were edited, brought in a digital forensics expert who proved the bruises had been added after the original photos were taken. Showed metadata proving my parents had used photo editing software on the images before submitting them to immigration. We also documented that my parents had researched visa revocation procedures before filing their report. Their search history showed they'd been looking up what allegations would result in deportation, specifically researching domestic violence as grounds for visa cancellation. This wasn't concerned parents reporting suspected abuse. This was premeditated false reporting designed to have Yuki deported. Immigration closed the investigation after 3 months, determined the abuse allegations were false, that my parents had filed fraudulent reports. Yuki's visa status was restored, work authorization resumed, but those 3 months had been hell. Yuki couldn't work, couldn't travel, lived in constant fear of deportation. I filed police reports against my parents for filing false reports, harassment, and fraud. They were arrested in Ohio, initially refused to acknowledge they'd done anything wrong, said they'd reported what they'd believed to be true. The evidence contradicted that entirely. The edited photos, the research into deportation procedures, the timing of their report right after meeting Yuki. They'd systematically built a false case to have my partner deported. The prosecutor charged them with filing false reports and conspiracy. During trial, their defense argued they'd been acting as concerned parents who genuinely believed I was being abused. That photo editing might have been to highlight what they'd seen, not fabricate evidence. The digital forensics expert testified that the bruises in the photos were entirely created through editing software, that no bruising existed in the original images, that the specific software used had been purchased by my mother 2 days before the report was filed. Text messages between my parents revealed their actual motivation. Mom to Dad. If immigration revokes Yuki's visa, Quinn will have to come home. This relationship will end naturally without Quinn blaming us. Dad to Mom. The abuse angle is perfect. Immigration takes that seriously. Yuki will be gone within months. They were convicted on all counts. Sentenced to 18 months in prison for filing false reports that could have resulted in someone's deportation. Ordered to pay restitution to Yuki for lost wages, legal fees, and emotional distress. But the consequences for Yuki extended beyond the criminal case. Having been under investigation for domestic violence, even though completely exonerated, created complications for Yuki's future immigration status. When Yuki applied for permanent residency, the investigation appeared on background checks. Had to provide extensive documentation proving the allegations had been false, that Yuki had been the victim of malicious false reporting. The process added 2 years to Yuki's green card application, 2 years of uncertainty and anxiety because my parents had filed false deportation reports. Even being proven innocent didn't erase the impact of their lies. My extended family fractured over the case. Some relatives said my parents had gone too far, but that I'd overreacted by pressing criminal charges. Others said what my parents did was unforgivable, using deportation as a weapon against someone they didn't like. My grandmother, my dad's mother, cut my parents off entirely, called them monsters for trying to have someone deported through false abuse allegations, said she was ashamed to have raised a son who'd do something so cruel. My parents served their full sentences, were released 4 months ago, and immediately tried to contact me, sent letters saying they'd been trying to protect me from a relationship they believed was harmful, that they'd made mistakes in execution, but their intentions had been parental concern. You tried to have my partner deported by fabricating domestic violence allegations. That's not protection, that's hate. They insisted they weren't hateful, just concerned. That cultural differences and my lifestyle choices made them worry about my future. That Yuki being removed from my life would have been better for everyone. I got a permanent restraining order. Someone who'd create fake evidence and file false reports to have your partner deported doesn't deserve access to your life, parents or not. Yuki finally got permanent residency last year. We're engaged, planning a wedding my parents won't attend because they're legally prohibited from contact. Some of Yuki's family will fly in from Japan, along with friends who supported us through the deportation nightmare. I'm 29 now, engaged to someone my parents tried to have deported through manufactured domestic violence allegations. They're out of prison, but barred from contact, living with the knowledge that they face federal consequences if they violate the restraining order. Sometimes people ask if I regret having my parents imprisoned for something they claim was parental concern. The answer is always no. They didn't report suspected abuse. They created fake evidence of abuse specifically designed to trigger deportation proceedings. They researched what allegations would result in visa revocation, edited photos to fabricate injuries, filed detailed false reports about abuse that never occurred, all to remove Yuki from my life through deportation. That's not concern. That's calculated cruelty, targeting someone they viewed as an unacceptable partner. My parents made choices that were criminal and xenophobic. They weaponized the immigration system against someone who'd done nothing wrong except love their child. They caused 3 months of terror, where Yuki faced deportation, 2 years of immigration complications, permanent trauma around visa status and belonging. Family doesn't excuse trying to have someone deported through false allegations. Being someone's parent doesn't give you the right to fabricate domestic violence reports to separate them from a partner you dislike. They chose to abuse the immigration system. They faced consequences. I chose Yuki over parents who'd rather see Yuki deported than accept our relationship. That's not choosing a partner over family. That's choosing love over bigotry disguised as concern. And I'd make that choice every single time. Yuki and I are building a life my parents tried to destroy through false deportation allegations. They sit with criminal records and restraining orders, permanently cut off from the child they claimed to be protecting. Those are the consequences of using immigration as a weapon. And they're consequences I have zero regrets about enforcing. My family convinced my employer I was using drugs to get me fired and dependent on them. I'm Petra, 26, software developer at a tech startup in Boston. Good job, good salary, independent life in my own apartment. I've worked hard to build a career separate from my family's influence and control. My parents, Helen and Douglas, both 55, and my older sister Simone, 29, have always been enmeshed and codependent, wanted me to stay local and involved in constant family drama. I moved to Boston 3 years ago for this job, 3 hours from my hometown. My family reacted like I'd moved to another country. Constant calls, guilt trips about abandoning them, pressure to move back home. I maintained boundaries, visited monthly, kept my life mostly separate from their dysfunction. My startup was doing well. We'd just secured Series B funding. I'd been promoted to senior developer, given equity, more responsibility. It was everything I'd worked toward since graduating. My boss, Ethan, really valued my work, saw me as essential to the team's technical direction. Then, 2 months ago, Ethan called me into his office looking uncomfortable. Said he needed to discuss some concerns that had been brought to his attention. That he'd received information suggesting I might be struggling with substance abuse issues. What? I don't use drugs. He showed me an email from someone claiming to be my sister, expressing concern about my cocaine use. The email said I'd been using heavily for months, that family had tried to intervene, that my work performance must be suffering even if I was hiding it. It included specific details about my behavior: staying up all night, erratic mood swings, financial problems from supporting my habit. None of it was true. I didn't use cocaine or any drugs. I worked late sometimes because I was passionate about my projects, not because I was high. My finances were solid. This was complete fabrication. Ethan, I don't use drugs. Someone is lying to you. He looked relieved but still concerned. I want to believe you, Petra, but this email was pretty detailed. And honestly, now that it's been raised, I'm legally obligated to address it. I'm going to need you to take a drug test. I agreed immediately, confident I'd pass. Took the drug test that afternoon at a clinic our company used for all pre-employment and random screening. Waited for results that would prove I was clean. 3 days later, Ethan called me into his office again, looking devastated. The drug test had come back positive for cocaine. High levels indicating recent, significant use. I was shocked. That's impossible. I've never used cocaine in my life. Petra, the test is from a certified lab. These results don't lie. Then the test is wrong, or the sample was contaminated or something. I don't do drugs. But company policy was clear. Positive drug test meant immediate termination, no exceptions. Ethan said he believed I was in denial about my problem, that he hoped I'd get help, that if I completed rehab I could reapply in a year. I was fired that day. I went home in shock, trying to understand what had happened. A drug test showing cocaine when I'd never touched the drug. An email from my sister reporting me. Something was very wrong. I called Simone. Did you send an email to my employer claiming I use cocaine? Silence. Then, we had to do something, Petra. You're spiraling and won't admit it. Somebody had to make you face reality. I don't use drugs. The only reality is that you lied to my employer. We're trying to save you. You've been acting erratic for months, isolating from family, making bad decisions. The drugs explain everything. Now that you've lost your job, maybe you'll finally accept help. She'd actually sent that email. Had deliberately tried to get me fired by claiming I used drugs. But that still didn't explain the positive test result. I demanded to speak with my parents, got them on the phone together, asked directly if they'd had anything to do with my drug test coming back positive when I'd never used drugs. My mother's response was chilling in its casualness. We knew you'd deny having a problem, so we needed concrete evidence. I put cocaine in your coffee last time you visited, just enough to show up on a drug test for a few days. I couldn't breathe. You drugged me? We gave you a small amount to prove you're using. Sometimes family has to do difficult things to help someone in denial. I wasn't using. You created false evidence by literally drugging me without my knowledge. Dad jumped in. You've been distant and secretive, refusing family gatherings, making excuses not to visit. Those are addict behaviors. We needed proof to make you face your problem. They'd poisoned me to create a false positive drug test to get me fired. Because I'd set boundaries with them. Because I'd built an independent life they couldn't control. My distance from you isn't addiction. It's healthy boundaries. And now I've lost my job because you drugged me and my sister reported me. Mom got defensive. We're trying to bring you home where you belong. You've been chasing this career in Boston, neglecting your family, acting like you're too good for us. Maybe losing your job will help you remember what's important. That's what this was really about. They wanted me dependent on them again. Couldn't tolerate my independence and success, so they'd conspired to destroy my career by fabricating drug use. I went to the police immediately, filed a report for poisoning, conspiracy, interference with employment, provided the recording of my parents admitting they'd drugged me, and coordinated with Simone to get me fired. The detective assigned to my case was disturbed. Your mother admits she put cocaine in your drink to make you fail a drug test? Yes, because she didn't like that I'd moved away and established boundaries. The police obtained my family's phone records, found texts between my mother and Simone, coordinating the plan. Mom, if we can get her fired, she'll have to move home. The drug test is the perfect excuse. Simone, I'll send the email to her boss today. By the time she figures it out, she'll already be unemployed. They've been planning this for weeks, waiting for me to visit home so my mother could drug me, timing Simone's email to arrive when the drugs would still be in my system, ensuring I'd fail the test and be fired. I also contacted the lab that had done my drug test, explained that the positive result was from being unknowingly drugged by a family member as part of a plan to get me fired. They were shocked, said if I had evidence of being drugged, they could note that in my records. I provided police reports and recordings. The lab amended my test results to note, positive result obtained through third-party administration of substance without subject's knowledge or consent. It didn't erase the positive test, but it documented that I hadn't voluntarily used drugs. My parents and sister were all arrested, charged with poisoning, conspiracy, filing false reports, Simone's email, and interference with employment. Simone tried to claim she genuinely believed I had a drug problem. The texts between her and our mother planning the scheme contradicted that defense entirely. I tried to get my job back, explained to Ethan what had happened, showed him the police reports proving my family had drugged me and fabricated the addiction concerns. He was sympathetic, but said the company couldn't reverse a termination based on a positive drug test, even with this context. That liability concerns made it impossible. My career in tech was effectively destroyed. Word had spread that I'd been fired after failing a drug test. Didn't matter that the result was from being poisoned by my family. Potential employers saw the termination and positive test, decided I was too risky to hire. I sued my family in civil court for damages. My lawyer argued they'd destroyed my career through criminal conspiracy, that I'd lost my job, my equity in a successful startup, my professional reputation, all because they'd poisoned me and lied to my employer. The evidence was overwhelming. Recordings, texts, their own admissions to police. They'd coordinated a plan to drug me and get me fired because they wanted me dependent on them again. Their defense was that they'd been acting out of concern, that they genuinely believed I had a drug problem, even though all evidence contradicted that. The prosecutor showed the texts proving this was about control, not concern. Mom had written, "Once she's unemployed, she'll have to move home. Then we can finally have our family back together." All three were convicted. My parents were sentenced to a year in jail for poisoning and conspiracy. Simone got 6 months for her role in the scheme. All were ordered to pay restitution to me for lost wages, lost equity, emotional distress, and the cost of rebuilding my career. But restitution couldn't undo the damage. I'd been fired from a job I loved, at a company where I had equity that would have been worth hundreds of thousands in a few years. My reputation in Boston's tech scene was damaged. Starting over required moving to a different city where people didn't know about the drug test. I moved to Seattle, changed my name legally to distance myself from the incident, started freelancing under my new name, slowly rebuilt a client base. It took 2 years to get back to anything resembling the career I'd had before my family destroyed it. My parents got out of jail 6 months ago, tried to contact me through intermediaries, sent messages saying they'd been trying to help me, that they'd made mistakes but their intentions had been good, that family should forgive. I didn't respond. Got a restraining order through my lawyer without revealing my new name or location. Someone who'd poison you to create false evidence of drug use to get you fired doesn't deserve to know where you live. Extended family reached out, asking if I'd consider reconciliation. I explained what actually happened. My family had drugged me, lied to my employer, systematically destroyed my career because they couldn't accept my independence. Some relatives stopped asking about reconciliation. Others still insisted family should work things out privately. I'm 28 now, working as a senior developer again under my new name, building a career in Seattle, completely severed from family who'd literally poisoned me. I'm engaged to someone who thinks my family's actions were criminally insane, who supports my decision to stay permanently estranged. Sometimes people ask if having your family imprisoned for drugging you was worth it. If maybe I should have just moved home and avoided all the consequences. The answer is always no. They didn't drug me because they were concerned. They drugged me because they wanted control. My mother put cocaine in my coffee to make me fail a drug test so I'd lose my job and be forced to move home. My sister coordinated the scheme. My father supported it. That's not family concern. That's systematic abuse through poisoning and fraud. They faced criminal consequences, served jail time, live with restraining orders and restitution judgments. That's appropriate for people who destroy someone's career through deliberate poisoning. Family doesn't mean accepting being drugged and sabotaged. My parents and sister made choices that were criminal. I chose to protect myself and hold them accountable. That's not choosing career over family. That's choosing reality over people whose need for control drove them to poison their own daughter. I lost my job, my equity, my professional reputation in Boston, years of career progress. But I gained permanent distance from people who'd drug me to control my life. That trade was worth making. And I'd make it again, to stay free from people who saw poisoning as acceptable parenting. My family anonymously reported my business to get me shut down and move back home. I'm Arden, 29, own a small artisan bakery in Portland that I started 3 years ago after culinary school. It's my dream realized, specializing in custom wedding cakes and French pastries, built from nothing into a thriving business with a loyal client base and excellent reputation. I work 70-hour weeks, love every minute, finally feel like I've found my purpose after years of searching. My family back in Tennessee, Mom, Lorraine, 60, Dad, Curtis, 62, and sister Harper, 32, have never understood why I left home for the West Coast. They see my bakery as a risky hobby, not a real career. They've spent 3 years pressuring me to come home, take over Dad's accounting firm, do something stable and sensible instead of baking cakes. I've ignored the pressure, stayed focused on building my business. My bakery was featured in local food magazines, got rave reviews, had a 6-month wait list for wedding cakes. I was expanding to a larger commercial space, hiring more staff. Everything was going perfectly. Then, 2 months ago, I got hit with a storm of regulatory inspections. Health department showed up unannounced, tore apart my kitchen, found minor violations I immediately corrected. Fire marshal came next, claimed my emergency exits weren't properly marked, even though they'd passed inspection 6 months prior. Building inspector followed, questioning my commercial permits. Each inspection found small issues, nothing major, but the frequency was alarming. My bakery was being inspected more in 2 weeks than in the entire previous 3 years combined. Each inspection meant shutting down for hours, losing revenue, stressing my staff. Then, the city zoning board notified me I was operating in violation of commercial zoning laws, claimed my bakery was actually in a residential zone, not properly zoned for food production. Except, I'd verified zoning before signing my lease, had all the proper permits. They were threatening to shut me down entirely pending a zoning review. I hired a lawyer who specialized in small business regulations. She reviewed everything and was confused. Your permits are all valid. Your zoning is correct. Someone's filing complaints triggering these inspections, but the complaints themselves are baseless. Do you have competitors who might want you shut down? I didn't think so. Portland's food scene was collaborative, not cutthroat. Then I got a letter from the health department listing the specific complaints that had triggered inspections. Someone had anonymously reported seeing rats in my kitchen, employees not washing hands, expired ingredients being used, unsanitary conditions. All completely false. My kitchen was immaculate, passed every inspection once they actually looked. But the anonymous complaints kept coming, triggering mandatory inspections each time. My lawyer filed a Freedom of Information request to get details about who was filing complaints. The requests came from multiple email addresses and phone numbers, all untraceable. Whoever was doing this was being careful to stay anonymous. Then I got an email to my personal account, not my business email. Subject line: "Come home and this stops." The email said, "Your bakery faces endless inspections and regulatory problems because you refuse to listen to family. Come home to Tennessee where you belong and we'll make sure the complaints stop. Stay in Portland and watch your business collapse under the weight of violations. Your choice." The email came from a burner account, but the phrasing was familiar. "Come home where you belong" was something my mother said constantly. I called my parents. "Are you filing false complaints to get my bakery shut down?" Silence. Then Dad said, "We've expressed concerns to relevant authorities about business practices we've observed during our visits." "You've never visited my bakery. You refused to come to Portland when I invited you." Mom got on the line. "We've seen photos, heard things from people who've been there. We felt obligated to report concerns to protect public health." "What concerns? My kitchen is spotless. I pass every inspection. You're filing false complaints to destroy my business." "We're trying to save you from this mistake. You're wasting your life on a bakery that'll fail eventually anyway. Better to fail now and come home before you've wasted more years." They admitted it. My family was filing anonymous false complaints to regulatory agencies to get my bakery shut down through bureaucratic harassment. Not because there were actual problems, but because they wanted me to fail and move home. I reported everything to my lawyer. She immediately filed complaints with the regulatory agencies being weaponized against me. Explained that a family member was filing false reports to harm my business, provided the threatening email as evidence. The agencies took it seriously. Health department said filing false health complaints was a crime, that they'd investigate. Zoning board said if complaints were proven false, they'd dismiss the violations and flag the source. My lawyer also filed police reports for harassment, fraud, and making false official reports. In Oregon, filing false complaints to government agencies is criminal, especially when done to harm a business. The investigation moved quickly. Regulatory agencies tracked the complaint sources, found patterns matching times my family would have been online. The burner email was traced to an IP address in Tennessee, my hometown. Phone complaints came from numbers registered near my parents' address. Police in Tennessee were contacted to interview my parents. They initially denied everything, then claimed they'd filed legitimate concerns based on information from anonymous sources who'd been to my bakery. The detective asked what anonymous sources. They couldn't provide any names. Asked for specific incidents they'd reported. Their descriptions didn't match my bakery's layout, proved they'd never actually been there. They'd fabricated everything. Text messages between my parents and Harper revealed they'd been coordinating the complaints for weeks. Harper filed another health complaint about rodents. That should trigger a visit. Mom: good. Maybe this one will finally make her see the business isn't viable. Dad: keep the pressure up. Eventually she'll give up and come home. They'd been systematically trying to destroy my business through false regulatory complaints because they wanted me to fail and return to Tennessee. I pressed charges. All three were charged with filing false official reports, harassment, and conspiracy to harm a business. They hired a Tennessee lawyer who argued they'd been acting on genuine concerns, even if poorly informed. The prosecutor showed the court the emails, texts, and patterns, proving this was deliberate. They'd researched what complaints would trigger mandatory inspections, filed reports designed to overwhelm me with bureaucratic harassment. The threatening email proved this was about forcing me to move home, not genuine health concerns. My business had suffered real damages: lost revenue from forced closures during inspections, legal fees, stress that caused me to make mistakes on orders, lost clients who heard about the investigations and went elsewhere. My lawyer documented everything. The regulatory agencies also pursued actions. Health department banned my parents from filing future complaints, flagged them in the system. Zoning board dismissed all violations against me, issued a formal apology for the harassment I'd endured based on false reports. But the damage was done. 6 weeks of constant inspections, regulatory scrutiny, and uncertainty had hurt my reputation. Some wedding clients canceled, worried about reliability. My expansion plans were delayed as I rebuilt trust with landlords and suppliers who'd seen the investigations. My parents were convicted of filing false official reports and harassment, sentenced to probation, fined substantially, ordered to pay restitution for my business losses. Harper received similar penalties for her participation. The case got local media coverage in Portland. "Family files false complaints to sabotage daughter's bakery" was a headline designed for maximum shock. The Portland food community rallied around me, offered support, sent business my way. Local bakers started a campaign promoting my bakery to offset the damage my family had caused. My family's actions backfired spectacularly. Instead of destroying my business, the publicity brought in new customers who wanted to support a baker whose own family had tried to sabotage her. Wedding bookings increased. I was able to expand to the larger space after all, hired 3 more staff members. But the emotional damage was profound. My family had tried to destroy something I'd built from nothing because they wanted me to fail and come home. They'd weaponized government agencies, filed false health complaints that could have permanently ruined my reputation, all because they couldn't accept my independence. The worst part was the betrayal of trust in regulatory systems. Every time inspectors show up now, I panic, wondering if it's legitimate or more false complaints. Even though my family is banned from filing, the trauma of being bureaucratically harassed by people who were supposed to love me doesn't fade quickly. My parents completed probation 6 months ago. They've sent letters saying they made mistakes but were acting out of concern, that they thought my bakery would fail anyway and were trying to speed up the inevitable so I'd have more life ahead of me. That family wanted the best for me even if methods were wrong. I got a permanent restraining order instead. Someone who'd file false health complaints to destroy your business doesn't get to claim they wanted the best for you. Extended family reacted predictably. Some relatives said my parents went too far, but that prosecuting them was vindictive. Others said filing false regulatory complaints to sabotage a business was criminal and deserved consequences. Family gatherings I'm not part of anymore are apparently divided and tense. My grandmother, Mom's mother, flew to Portland to see the bakery herself, spent a day watching me work, tasted everything I made, met my staff and clients. Then she told me she was ashamed of her daughter, that what my parents had done was cruel and destructive. She invested in my business expansion, said she wanted to support what they'd tried to destroy. I'm 30 now. My bakery is more successful than ever, booked solid for the next 8 months, featured in regional wedding magazines. Everything my family tried to destroy through false complaints has thrived despite their sabotage. My family sits with criminal records for filing false official reports, banned from ever filing complaints against my business again, barred from contact by restraining orders. They wanted me to fail so badly they committed crimes. they face permanent consequences. Sometimes people ask if having your family prosecuted for filing false complaints against your business was excessive. If maybe they'd genuinely believed there were problems. The answer is no. They didn't believe there were problems. They created fake problems to force my business to close. They researched what complaints would trigger mandatory inspections. They coordinated their efforts over weeks. They sent threatening emails explicitly saying the harassment would continue until I moved home. This wasn't concern. It was systematic sabotage. Family doesn't excuse filing false health complaints to destroy someone's business. Being someone's parent doesn't give you the right to weaponize regulatory agencies to force them to fail and move home. They made choices that were criminal. I chose to protect my business and hold them accountable. I'm building the career they tried to sabotage through false complaints and bureaucratic harassment. They wanted me to fail, to come home defeated. Instead, I'm thriving 2,000 miles away with restraining orders ensuring they stay out of my life. That's not revenge. That's success despite people who'd rather see you destroyed than independent. And it feels incredible. My family sabotaged my scholarship by forging emails claiming I dropped out. I'm Ellis, 23, first person in my family to attend a 4-year university. Grew up in a working-class family in rural Kentucky, parents Brenda and Carl, both 49, older brother Dustin, 26. My family has always been skeptical of higher education, viewed college as pretentious and unnecessary. They wanted me to stay local, work at the factory like Dustin, settle down young like everyone else in our town. I defied expectations. Worked my ass off in high school, got a full academic scholarship to a university 3 states away studying engineering. The scholarship covered tuition, room, board, books, everything. It was my ticket out of a town where opportunity meant middle management at the packaging plant. My family reacted badly when I got the scholarship. Mom cried, said I was abandoning them. Dad said I was too good for my raising now. Dustin called me a traitor, said I thought I was better than people who worked with their hands. I tried to explain this was about building a future, not rejecting them. But they took it personally. I left for college anyway. Freshman year was hard, adjusting to academic rigor and being far from home despite the family tension. But I thrived, made Dean's List, joined engineering clubs, started undergraduate research. My scholarship was renewed for sophomore year based on my strong performance. The summer after freshman year, I went home for 3 weeks. Big mistake. The entire visit was passive-aggressive comments about college changing me, about me acting superior, about wasting time on a degree when I could be earning money. I cut the visit short, went back to campus early to start a summer research position. Sophomore year started great. I was taking advanced courses, working on a research project with a professor, positioning myself for grad school applications. Then, in October, I got an email from the financial aid office asking me to come in immediately to discuss my scholarship status. I went to the office, confused. The financial aid director, Mrs. Patterson, looked uncomfortable. She showed me an email chain I'd supposedly sent from my university email address. Emails to the scholarship committee saying I was dropping out, that college wasn't for me, that I was withdrawing from school and returning home. The emails requested my scholarship be terminated and given to another student. I never sent these emails. Mrs. Patterson looked sympathetic but confused. They came from your university email account. The headers show they originated from your login credentials. Someone must have accessed my account without permission. I'm not dropping out. I'm not leaving school. These emails are fraudulent. She pulled up my academic record showing I'd been attending classes, completing assignments, clearly not in the process of withdrawing. But the scholarship committee had already acted on the emails, had officially terminated my scholarship and reassigned the funds to another student. Getting it reinstated would require proving the emails were sent by someone else, which was complicated by them coming from my actual account. I changed my password immediately and checked my account access logs. Someone had been logging into my university email from an IP address in Kentucky, my hometown, during times I was provably in class or on campus. The unauthorized access had been happening for weeks before the withdrawal emails were sent. I reported everything to campus IT security. They confirmed someone had been accessing my account remotely from Kentucky, had sent the withdrawal emails, had also sent emails to my professors claiming I was dropping their courses. The emails had been sophisticated enough to fool the scholarship committee initially, because they came from a legitimate university email address. Campus security traced the IP address to a specific internet provider in my hometown. With the police involved and a subpoena, we identified the account holder, my brother Dustin, accessing my email from my parents' house. I called my brother immediately, asked him if he'd been logging into my university email. He didn't deny it. "Yeah, I sent those emails. Someone had to save you from yourself. You're wasting your life on college when you could be home, working, living like a normal person. You sabotaged my scholarship. You told my school I was dropping out when I wasn't. I was helping you make the right choice. You were too stubborn to leave on your own, so I made it happen for you. You should be thanking me for bringing you back to reality. I'm not leaving school, Dustin. You committed fraud to destroy my scholarship. Scholarship's already gone. They gave it to someone else. You can't afford that school without it. So you're coming home whether you want to or not. Family won before. It'll win again." I hung up, shaking with rage. My brother had deliberately accessed my email account, impersonated me, sent fraudulent withdrawal notices, and destroyed my scholarship to force me to drop out and come home. And he thought he'd done me a favor. My parents called next. Mom said Dustin had told them what he'd done, that they supported his decision, that college was turning me into someone they didn't recognize, that bringing me home was the right thing for the family. "You supported him committing fraud to sabotage my education?" Dad spoke up. "We supported him bringing you back to your senses. You don't belong at that school, Ellis. You belong here, with your family, doing honest work. Dustin did what needed to be done." "He destroyed my scholarship." Mom's voice got sharp. "A scholarship you didn't need. You could be making money right now instead of wasting 4 years studying nonsense. Dustin gave you a way out of that mistake." They'd actively supported my brother sabotaging my education because they wanted me back home. This wasn't concern for my well-being. It was control disguised as family loyalty. I went to the police in my college town, filed a formal report for unauthorized access to computer systems, fraud, and identity theft. Provided all the evidence, the access logs, the IP address, the confession from Dustin admitting he'd sent the emails. The detective assigned to my case said this was actually more serious than typical family disputes because it involved computer crimes and fraud against an educational institution. The university pressed charges too. They took fraud seriously, especially fraud that had resulted in scholarship funds being improperly redistributed. They'd given my scholarship to another student based on false information, had administrative costs dealing with the situation. They wanted Dustin prosecuted. Dustin was arrested in Kentucky, extradited to my college state to face charges. My parents hired a lawyer who argued Dustin had been trying to help his brother, that he'd made poor choices motivated by family concern. The prosecutor showed the court the confession where Dustin admitted he'd sabotaged my scholarship deliberately to force me to drop out, that this wasn't concern, but control. Meanwhile, I was fighting to get my scholarship reinstated. The scholarship committee was sympathetic, but said the funds had been reallocated, that they'd acted in good faith on information they'd believed came from me. Getting the scholarship back would require the other student voluntarily declining it, which seemed unlikely. I appealed to the university president's office with all the evidence, showed that I'd been the victim of fraud, that I'd never wanted to drop out, that my brother had sabotaged my scholarship specifically to force me to leave school. The president reviewed everything and made an executive decision. The university would fund my scholarship from discretionary funds while sorting out the legal situation with the original scholarship money. I got my scholarship back. Different funding source, but the same coverage. I could stay in school. The criminal case against Dustin proceeded. He was convicted of unauthorized access to a computer system, identity theft, and fraud. Sentenced to a year in jail, 3 years probation, ordered to pay restitution to the university for administrative costs, and to me for emotional distress and legal fees. My parents were furious. Mom called me sobbing, said I'd destroyed my brother's life over college, that I'd chosen school over family, that Dustin had a criminal record now because of me, that he'd never forgive me. He sabotaged my scholarship to force me to drop out. He committed crimes. I didn't do this to him. He did it to himself. Dad got on the phone. You could have handled this as a family matter. You didn't need to involve police and universities and courts. You could have just come home, like Dustin wanted. He wanted me to drop out of school and abandon my education. That's not what I want. He doesn't get to make that choice for me. Family makes sacrifices. You're supposed to put family first. Instead, you're sending your brother to jail because you're too selfish to come home. I hung up. They genuinely believed I was the problem, that prosecuting someone who'd committed fraud against me was betraying family loyalty, that I should have just accepted Dustin destroying my scholarship and quietly returned home. The university's legal team went after the scholarship funds that had been given to the other student based on fraudulent information. After months of negotiation, the other student, who'd had no knowledge of the fraud, agreed to return the funds in exchange for an alternative scholarship of equal value. The original scholarship was restored properly to me. I graduated on time, with honors, with my engineering degree. My parents and Dustin weren't invited to graduation. I didn't want people who'd sabotaged my education to celebrate my completion of it. Extended family reached out, asking if I'd reconcile with Dustin after he got out of jail. Said he'd learned his lesson, that family should forgive. I said Dustin hadn't learned anything beyond consequences for fraud, that he'd shown zero remorse beyond regret at getting caught. A cousin told me my parents had been telling everyone I'd abandoned the family for college, that I'd betrayed my brother by pressing charges, that I cared more about a degree than about my own blood. The family narrative painted me as the villain who'd chosen education over family loyalty. I didn't try to correct it. Let them believe what they wanted. I was building a life they didn't understand and didn't respect anyway. I'm 25 now. Working as an engineer in Colorado, got my master's degree, considering PhD programs. Making more money than my entire family combined, doing work that matters, living a life Dustin tried to prevent me from having. Dustin got out of jail 8 months ago, tried to contact me through social media, messages about how he'd changed, how he understood he'd been wrong. I blocked him without responding. Someone who'd sabotage your scholarship to force you to drop out doesn't deserve access to your success. My parents send occasional emails asking if I'm ready to forgive and move forward. They never acknowledge what Dustin did was wrong, just that it didn't work out the way he'd hoped. They still don't understand that sabotaging someone's scholarship is criminal fraud, not family intervention. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if Dustin had succeeded. If I hadn't caught the fraud in time, if I'd lost my scholarship permanently, if I'd had to drop out and return home, I'd probably be working at the packaging plant right now, resenting my family, wondering what my life could have been. But I did catch it. I did fight back. I did protect my education and my future. Dustin went to jail for fraud. My scholarship was restored. I graduated and built the career he tried to prevent me from having. That's not revenge. That's refusing to let someone steal your future because they're uncomfortable with you succeeding beyond their expectations. My family wanted me limited to their vision of acceptable life. I chose my own vision instead. Family doesn't mean accepting sabotage because the saboteur is related to you. Dustin committed crimes to force me to drop out of school. He faced consequences. That I'm his brother didn't make what he did any less criminal or harmful. I protected my education from people who saw it as a threat. That's not choosing college over family. That's choosing myself over people who destroy my opportunities to maintain control. And I'd make that choice every time. My family hacked my dating profiles and sabotaged relationships to keep me single. I'm Ren, 27, living in Denver working as a civil engineer. I've been single for a few years by choice, focusing on my career after a difficult breakup at 24. Last year I decided I was ready to start dating again, created profiles on several apps, started meeting people, enjoying the process of getting back out there. My family back in Iowa, specifically my mother Judith, 59, and my twin brother Holden, 27, have always been weirdly invested in my relationship status. When I was dating my ex, they didn't like him, thought he was wrong for me, were almost relieved when we broke up. During my single years, they'd make comments about how nice it was that I was focused on family and career instead of chasing relationships. About 8 months ago, I started dating someone I really liked. Met Marcus through a hiking group. We clicked immediately, started seeing each other regularly. For the first time in years, I felt genuine connection with someone. We'd been dating for 3 weeks when he suddenly ended things over text. Said he'd learned some things about me that made him uncomfortable, that we weren't compatible. I was confused and hurt. Asked what he meant. He sent screenshots of messages allegedly from my dating profile sent to him after we'd started dating. The messages were crude, sexually explicit, talked about dating multiple people simultaneously while hiding it, made me sound manipulative and dishonest. Except, I hadn't sent those messages. I'd deleted my dating apps after the second date with Marcus, wasn't actively using them anymore. These messages came from my account, but I hadn't written them. I logged into the dating app. My profile was still active even though I'd deleted the app from my phone. Recent messages showed conversations I'd never had, including the explicit ones sent to Marcus. Someone had accessed my account and was messaging people pretending to be me. I changed my password immediately, secured my account. But Marcus had already blocked me, wouldn't respond when I tried to explain someone had hacked my account. 2 months later, I started dating someone new, Cameron, met through friends. We dated for a month. Things were going well. Then, Cameron confronted me about a Facebook message he'd received from my account, detailing intimate private information about him that I'd supposedly shared with others online, mocking him publicly. I hadn't sent that message either. My Facebook had been hacked too. Someone was accessing my social media, monitoring my dating life, and sabotaging relationships by sending destructive messages from my accounts. I hired a cybersecurity consultant. He examined my accounts, found unauthorized access from multiple IP addresses over the past 6 months. Someone had been regularly logging into my dating profiles, social media, email, monitoring my communications and relationships. The IP addresses traced back to my hometown in Iowa, to my mother's home address specifically. I called my mother. "Have you been accessing my social media accounts?" Long pause. Then, "Ren, I need you to understand we've been protecting you." Protecting me by hacking my accounts and sabotaging my relationships? "We've been preventing you from making mistakes. These men weren't right for you. We could tell from your messages they were using you or taking advantage. We intervened before you got hurt again." By sending fake messages from my accounts? By making me look dishonest and cruel? My brother got on the line. "We've been monitoring your dating activity to make sure you don't end up with another bad person. When we saw you getting involved with men who seemed wrong for you, we took steps to end things before you got in too deep." They'd been hacking my accounts for months, reading my private messages, monitoring my dating life, and actively sabotaging relationships they'd decided weren't good enough for me. I was shaking with rage and violation. "You've been reading my private messages? Sending fake messages pretending to be me? Destroying my relationships?" Mom sounded defensive. "We were protecting you. After what happened with your ex, we couldn't let you make the same mistakes. Those men were wrong for you, we could tell. You never even met them. You judged them based on hacking my private conversations. Holden said, "We know you better than anyone. We could see patterns you couldn't. Marcus was too controlling. Cameron was emotionally unavailable. We saved you from wasting time on relationships that would have failed anyway. That wasn't your decision to make. You violated my privacy and destroyed relationships that were important to me. Relationships that would have hurt you eventually. We did you a favor even if you can't see it yet." I hired both a cybersecurity expert and a lawyer. The security expert documented all unauthorized access to my accounts, traced it definitively to my mother's IP address and devices, recovered deleted logs showing my mother and brother had been reading my messages, coordinating which relationships to sabotage, discussing how to craft messages that would most effectively end things. My lawyer said this was clear-cut illegal computer access, identity theft, and harassment, that I had grounds for both criminal and civil action. I filed police reports in both Colorado and Iowa for unauthorized computer access, identity theft, and stalking. Provided all the evidence, the IP logs, the recovered communications between my mother and brother planning their interventions, the fake messages they'd sent, testimony from Marcus and Cameron about the destructive messages they'd received. My family hired a lawyer who argued they'd been acting as concerned family members, protecting me from bad relationships. That their methods might have been questionable, but their intentions were protective. The evidence destroyed that defense. Text messages between my mother and brother showed they weren't concerned about the men being dangerous or abusive. They just didn't like that I was dating at all, wanted to keep me single and focused on family. Holden to Mom. "She's getting serious with this Marcus guy. Time to intervene." Mom to Holden. "I'll send the messages tonight. Make them graphic enough that he'll never want to see her again." Holden. "Perfect. The more time she stays single, the more she stays connected to us." This wasn't protection. This was control. They wanted me single and dependent on family, so they'd been systematically destroying any romantic relationship I attempted to build. The cybersecurity expert testified about the extent of the breach. They'd been in my accounts for over a year, since before I'd even started dating again. They'd read every message, every email, tracked my location through my phone, monitored my entire digital life. They knew intimate details about my friendships, my work struggles, my therapy sessions that I'd discussed with friends online. They'd invaded every aspect of my privacy, not just my romantic life. During the trial, more victims emerged. Marcus and Cameron both testified about the destructive messages they'd received, how it had affected them emotionally to think someone they'd been dating was mocking them or manipulating them. Other people I'd briefly dated came forward with similar stories of receiving strange messages from my accounts. My mother and brother had destroyed at least 5 potential relationships over 8 months through fake messages, catfishing, and identity theft. Every time I'd started to connect with someone, they'd intervened to sabotage it. They were convicted on multiple counts of unauthorized computer access, identity theft, and cyberstalking. My mother was sentenced to 18 months in prison, my brother to a year. Both were ordered to pay substantial restitution for damages, therapy costs, and the professional reputation harm caused by their impersonations. But the convictions couldn't undo the damage. 5 relationships destroyed, months of feeling like I was somehow driving people away without understanding why. Marcus and Cameron both thought I was someone who'd mock them and share private information publicly. My reputation in Denver's outdoor community was damaged by messages my family had sent from my accounts. I had to reach out to everyone I dated and explain what had happened, that the destructive messages hadn't been from me, that my family had been hacking my accounts and sabotaging relationships. Some people were understanding. Others didn't believe me, thought it was an elaborate excuse. The psychological violation was profound. They'd read messages meant to be private, conversations with friends about my grief over breakups, discussions with my therapist about family issues, intimate conversations with romantic partners. Years of digital privacy completely compromised by family members who thought they had the right to surveil me. I had to assume they'd seen everything. Every vulnerable moment, every private thought I'd shared digitally, every intimate message. The sense of violation affected my ability to trust digital communication at all. I started using encrypted apps obsessively, changed every password monthly, became paranoid about every account. My therapist said I was experiencing symptoms of stalking trauma, that having family members systematically monitor and sabotage your life creates deep trust issues that extend beyond just romantic relationships. Extended family was horrified when they learned the full extent. My aunt, mom's sister, cut contact with both my mother and brother, said what they'd done was beyond controlling. It was criminal stalking. Several cousins reached out to apologize, said they'd noticed my family being weird about my dating life, but had never imagined it went this far. My father, divorced from my mother for 10 years, was appalled, called to say he'd suspected my mother was too invested in my personal life, but had never imagined she was actively hacking my accounts and sabotaging relationships. He supported my decision to prosecute fully. Marcus eventually reached out after seeing news coverage of the case, apologized for not believing me initially, said he wished he'd given me a chance to explain. We met for coffee, talked about what had happened. We didn't resume dating. The damage was too deep, but we found closure. Cameron's response was different. He was angry I hadn't secured my accounts better, thought I should have known my family was monitoring me, blamed me for exposing him to my family's harassment. We didn't reconcile at all. My mother and brother served their sentences, were released several months ago, and immediately tried to contact me, sent letters saying they'd made mistakes but had been trying to protect me from heartbreak, that they'd learned better boundaries, but still believed their core concerns had been valid. I got permanent restraining orders instead. Someone who'd spend a year reading your private messages and destroying your relationships through identity theft doesn't deserve access to your life, family or not. I'm 29 now, dating again cautiously, very careful about digital security, open with partners about what happened. Some people are understanding. Others find it too complicated and walk away. I don't blame them. Having family members convicted of stalking you is a lot of baggage. My family destroyed multiple relationships because they wanted me single and focused on them. They read years of my private messages, violated every boundary, committed serious crimes to maintain control over my personal life. They sit with criminal records and restraining orders, permanently barred from contact. Sometimes people ask if having your mother and brother imprisoned for hacking your dating profiles was excessive, if maybe they'd genuinely been trying to protect me from bad relationships. The answer is no. They weren't protecting me, they were controlling me. They wanted me single so I'd remain dependent on family. Every relationship I started threatened that dynamic. So they destroyed those relationships through systematic identity theft and sabotage. That's not protection. That's abuse through technology. Family doesn't excuse years of unauthorized access to your accounts. Being someone's mother doesn't give you the right to read their private messages and sabotage their romantic relationships. They committed crimes, faced consequences, lost permanent access to the daughter they stalked. And I'd enforce those consequences again without hesitation. My family sold my childhood home while I was overseas and kept the proceeds. I'm Zara, 28, only child of parents who died in a car accident when I was 23. My mom, Sophia, passed instantly. My dad, Omar, died 2 days later in the hospital. The loss was devastating, sudden, completely unexpected. They were only 52 and 54, had their whole lives ahead of them. After their deaths, I inherited everything. The family home where I'd grown up, their savings, their possessions. The will was clear and legally straightforward. I was their only child and sole beneficiary. The house was paid off, a beautiful 3-bedroom Craftsman in Portland that my parents had lovingly maintained for 25 years. I was finishing my master's degree in marine biology when they died. Had a research position lined up in New Zealand starting 6 months after the accident. My parents had been so proud of that opportunity, had encouraged me to take it despite it meaning I'd be on the other side of the world for 2 years. After they died, I considered canceling the New Zealand position to stay near the house, near their memory. But my Aunt Nadine, my mom's sister, convinced me to go. Said my parents would have wanted me to pursue my research, that she and her husband Clark would watch over the house while I was gone. That I could decide what to do with it when I returned. It seemed reasonable. Nadine and Clark lived 20 minutes from my parents' house, had always been close with my mom, had helped tremendously during the funeral arrangements. I trusted them completely. I had the house legally transferred to my name, set up a property management company to handle maintenance, gave Nadine and Clark emergency access in case anything urgent came up. They had keys and alarm codes, but understood the house was mine, that they were just helping me maintain it while I was overseas doing research. I left for New Zealand 6 months after my parents' deaths, grieving, but trying to honor their memory by pursuing the career they'd supported. The research position was intense, often in remote locations with limited internet access. I'd go weeks sometimes without reliable communication with the U.S. Nadine would send occasional emails with updates. House is fine, took care of a leaky faucet. Everything looks good, had the gutters cleaned. Normal maintenance stuff. I appreciated her keeping an eye on things. 18 months into my 2-year position, I got an email from the property management company asking me to confirm I'd terminated their services. I was confused. Responded that I hadn't terminated anything. They said they'd received official notice that the property owner no longer required their services, that the house had been sold. Sold? I owned that house. I hadn't sold anything. I called the property management company from New Zealand, middle of the night my time. They explained they'd been contacted by someone claiming to be the new owner, providing documentation that the house had been sold. They'd verified the sale through public records and closed my account. I immediately checked property records online. My childhood home, the house I'd inherited from my parents, had been sold 3 months ago for $680,000. The seller listed on the documents was me, but I'd never authorized any sale. I called Nadine, panicking. It was 3 a.m. her time, but I didn't care. She answered, sounding groggy. Nadine, the house was sold. My house. Someone sold my parents' house. What's going on? Long silence. Then, Zara, we need to talk about this when you're calmer. I'm not calming down. Someone sold my house without my permission. Did you know about this? Another pause. Clark and I made a decision we thought was best for everyone. The house was sitting empty while you were overseas. Property values in that neighborhood were peaking. We sold it while the market was strong. I couldn't process what she was saying. You sold my house? You don't own my house. You had emergency access, not ownership. We had power of attorney, Zara. You gave us legal authority to handle your affairs while you were overseas and unreachable. I'd never given them power of attorney. I'd given them emergency access to the house for maintenance, nothing more. But Nadine insisted I'd signed documents before leaving for New Zealand, granting them broad power of attorney to manage my assets while I was abroad. I never signed any power of attorney documents. You did, Zara. You were grieving and distracted. Clark prepared the papers. You signed them along with all the other house paperwork. It's completely legal. I was shaking with rage and fear. Where's the money from the sale? In a trust account we set up for you. We're managing it until you return and can make responsible decisions about your future. The house was too much responsibility for someone your age to handle from overseas. We acted in your best interest. They'd sold my childhood home, the house my parents had left me, without my knowledge or consent. And they were claiming they had legal authority to do it. I contacted a lawyer in Portland immediately. Explained the situation. My aunt and uncle claimed to have power of attorney, allowing them to sell my inherited house while I was overseas, but I'd never knowingly signed such documents. The lawyer requested copies of all paperwork. The documents Nadine and Clark provided showed a power of attorney signed by me, dated a week before I'd left for New Zealand. But I had no memory of signing it. The signature looked like mine, but I'd signed hundreds of documents during that period, dealing with my parents' estate, the house transfer, setting up accounts. If Clark had slipped a power of attorney into that stack, I might have signed without reading carefully. My lawyer said that even if the power of attorney was technically valid, selling someone's primary inheritance without their explicit knowledge while they were overseas was ethically questionable and potentially actionable. That power of attorney was meant for managing affairs, not making major irreversible decisions like selling property. But proving they'd exceeded their authority would be difficult. The documents gave them broad power to manage and dispose of assets as necessary. Selling a house could fall under that language. I flew back to Portland immediately, abandoning my research position 3 months early. This was too important to handle from New Zealand. I needed to be there in person. When I confronted Nadine and Clark at their house, they were defensive but unapologetic. The house had sold for $680,000. They'd deposited the money in an account they controlled for my benefit. But they'd also paid themselves $150,000 as compensation for property management and estate administration over the past 18 months. "You paid yourselves $150,000 from my house sale," Clark spoke calmly. "We've been managing your property, handling maintenance, dealing with issues. That's worth compensation. We took a reasonable percentage for our services." "I was paying a property management company. You were just supposed to have emergency access," Nadine added. "We did you a favor, Zara. That house was a burden you couldn't handle from overseas. We sold it at the market peak, invested the proceeds conservatively. You should be grateful." "Grateful? You sold my childhood home, the house my parents left me, without telling me." "We had legal authority. The power of attorney was clear. I demanded they return all the money immediately. They refused, said the funds were in a trust for my benefit that they controlled, that they'd release funds to me gradually as I demonstrated financial responsibility, that at 28, I wasn't mature enough to handle a large sum. They'd stolen my inheritance and were now claiming it was for my own good. I sued them, filed a civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty, conversion, and fraud. My lawyer argued that even if the power of attorney was technically valid, they'd exceeded its intended scope by selling my primary inheritance without my knowledge while I was overseas and difficult to contact. That paying themselves $150,000 from my proceeds was self-dealing. That refusing to return my money after I'd explicitly revoked their authority was conversion. Nadine and Clark hired an expensive lawyer who argued they'd acted within the scope of the power of attorney, that selling the house was a sound financial decision given market conditions, that their compensation was reasonable for 18 months of property management, that I was upset about a decision I didn't understand but would eventually appreciate. Discovery revealed more disturbing details. Nadine and Clark had been planning to sell the house before I'd even left for New Zealand. Email exchanges between them discussing how Zara doesn't need that big house, how we could invest the proceeds better than she could, how she'll thank us eventually when she sees the returns. They'd manipulated me into signing the power of attorney by hiding it among estate documents I was signing during an incredibly vulnerable time. They'd deliberately waited until I was overseas and hard to contact to execute the sale. They'd paid themselves an outrageous management fee from my proceeds. This wasn't fiduciary management, it was systematic theft. The judge agreed, ruled that while the power of attorney might have given them authority to manage my affairs, selling my inherited home without my knowledge while I was on another continent exceeded reasonable interpretation of that authority. That paying themselves $150,000 was excessive and self-dealing, that they'd breached their fiduciary duty. Nadine and Clark were ordered to return the full $680,000 proceeds, plus the $150,000 they'd taken, plus interest, plus my legal fees. They were also barred from ever serving as anyone's power of attorney again. But the ruling couldn't give me back my childhood home. The people who'd bought it were innocent third parties who'd purchased it legally. I couldn't undo the sale. My parents' house was gone forever. Nadine and Clark appealed the judgment, fought it for 2 more years. Eventually they lost and were forced to pay, but they'd spent some of the money already, had to liquidate assets to cover the judgment. They blamed me for destroying their retirement by refusing to accept their help. My extended family fractured over the case. Some relatives said Nadine and Clark had overstepped, but I'd gone too far suing them. Others said what they'd done was unforgivable theft. Family gatherings became impossible. I used the money I recovered to buy a different house, invest the rest. But it wasn't the same. I'd wanted my parents' house, the home I'd grown up in, the place filled with their memories. Nadine and Clark had taken that from me, permanently. They sent a letter after the legal case resolved, saying they'd been trying to protect me from making emotional decisions about the house, that selling it had been the financially smart choice, even if I couldn't see it. That they'd sacrificed their relationship with me to do what was best for my future. That they hoped someday I'd understand. I never responded. They'd stolen my inheritance and convinced themselves it was parenting. That's not protection, that's theft with a narrative. I'm 31 now. Own a house I bought with the recovered proceeds, but it's not home the way my parents' house was. That house is gone because my aunt and uncle decided they knew better than I did about what to do with my inheritance. Sometimes people ask if I regret suing family over property. The answer is no. They didn't just sell a house. They sold my childhood home, filled with my parents' memories, while I was grieving and overseas. They took advantage of my trust during the most vulnerable time of my life. Nadine and Clark made choices. Manipulating me into signing power of attorney, selling my house without my knowledge, paying themselves from my proceeds, refusing to return my money. Those were crimes disguised as financial management. They faced consequences. Family doesn't excuse theft. Being someone's aunt doesn't give you the right to sell their inherited home while they're overseas and unreachable. They chose to betray my trust. I chose to hold them accountable. That's not revenge. That's refusing to be robbed by people who believed family relationship meant they could take what they wanted without consequences. My brother stole my identity to get into medical school. Then my parents covered for him. I'm Iris, 25, working as a medical researcher at a university hospital. I spent 5 years getting my bachelor's in biology and working in labs, building experience and credentials for eventual medical school. My twin brother Ian and I are nothing alike, despite identical DNA. I was always the academic one. He was the social one who barely graduated high school and spent 3 years partying through community college before dropping out entirely. Our parents, Patricia and James, both 56, have always favored Ian. He's charming and funny, while I'm quiet and serious. They've spent my whole life making excuses for his failures while downplaying my achievements. When I got accepted to a competitive research program, they threw Ian a party for landing a job at Best Buy. The dynamic was clear. Ian was the golden child who deserved celebration for meeting minimum standards. I was the workhorse who didn't need praise because success was expected. Last year I started preparing my medical school applications. Took the MCAT and scored in the 95th percentile. Had strong letters of recommendation from principal investigators I'd worked with. Spent months crafting my personal statement about why I wanted to become a physician researcher. The application process cost nearly $5,000 in fees, and I paid for every cent myself through my research stipend. I applied to 15 schools, got interview invitations from 8. The interviews went well, better than I'd hoped. I was confident I'd get multiple acceptances. This was everything I'd been working toward since undergrad. Then, in March, I started getting weird emails. rejection letters from schools I'd never applied to, congratulations emails for interviews I'd never scheduled. I logged into the main application portal and found applications submitted to schools I hadn't chosen, using my name and credentials, but with different personal statements and letters of recommendation. Someone had accessed my account and was submitting fraudulent applications using my identity and qualifications. I immediately changed my password and contacted the application service. They investigated and found that someone had been accessing my account from an IP address in my parents' neighborhood. Multiple applications had been submitted, some to schools I'd applied to legitimately, others to schools I hadn't chosen. The fraudulent applications used my name, my MCAT scores, my GPA, my research experience. But the personal statements were different. The letters of recommendation were from people I'd never worked with, and the contact information listed my parents' address instead of mine. I called my parents' house. Ian answered. "Hey Iris, what's up? Did you access my medical school application account?" Silence. Then, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Someone's been using my credentials to apply to medical schools. The IP address traces to Mom and Dad's house. Was it you?" He hung up. I drove over immediately, found Ian, my parents, and weirdly, Ian's girlfriend Shauna, all sitting in the living room looking guilty. Mom spoke first. "Iris, before you get upset, let us explain." "Explain what? Why someone's been fraudulently applying to medical schools using my identity?" Dad cleared his throat. "Ian wanted to go to medical school, but his grades weren't good enough. We thought, since you're twins, you have the same DNA. What difference does it make which one of you actually attends? You're biologically identical." I stared at him. "You helped Ian steal my identity to apply to medical school?" "We helped Ian pursue an opportunity he wouldn't have otherwise had. You've already succeeded academically. Ian deserves a chance too. Since you're twins, it made sense to use your credentials to get him in the door." "That's fraud. That's identity theft. And what was the plan when he actually got to medical school and couldn't handle the coursework?" Ian finally spoke. "I've been studying. I can do the work. I just needed to get accepted first. Once I'm in, I'll prove I belong there. You're using my MCAT scores, my research experience, my letters of recommendation. You're pretending to be me to get into programs I earned access to through 5 years of work." Shauna, who I barely knew, chimed in. "Ian's really smart. He just didn't apply himself in undergrad. This is his second chance. Why are you being so selfish about sharing your credentials?" "Sharing my credentials? This is identity theft. Do you understand that this is a crime?" Mom got defensive. "It's not identity theft when you're twins. You're genetically the same person. Ian has as much right to those credentials as you do." "That's insane. I earned those credentials through my work, not through our shared DNA." I pulled out my phone and called the police non-emergency line right there in their living room, reported identity theft and fraud. My parents tried to stop me, said I was overreacting, that this was a family matter. I walked outside to finish the call. The investigation moved quickly. The application service took fraud seriously and cooperated fully with police. They provided records of all account access, showing Ian had been using my login for months. They found draft applications saved under my account with Ian's writing style and his girlfriend Shauna's email in the contact section. Most damning, Ian had actually gotten accepted to 2 medical schools using my credentials. He'd received offer letters to programs I'd legitimately applied to, using my MCAT scores and my research experience. He'd been planning to attend under my name, using my identity throughout medical school. When police interviewed him, Ian claimed he thought it was fine because we were twins, that our parents had said identical twins could share educational credentials, that he'd researched it and found some. Article about twins sharing identities in rare cases. None of this was remotely legal or true. My parents had helped him create fake letters of recommendation from researchers who didn't exist, had helped him write personal statements using details from my actual research, had stored documents in their house planning out how Ian would maintain the deception through medical school and residency. The medical schools were notified of the fraud. Both acceptances Ian had received were immediately revoked. But my legitimate applications were also flagged. I received emails from schools saying my applications were under review due to credentialing irregularities, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. I had to hire a lawyer to sort out the mess, provide evidence that I'd been the victim of identity theft, that the fraudulent applications weren't mine, submit new letters of recommendation from my actual supervisors, confirming they'd written for me, not for whoever had submitted the fake applications. Prove through IP logs and timestamps that I couldn't have been the one submitting applications from my parents' house while I was at work in a research lab across the state. The process took 3 months. 3 months of my legitimate medical school applications being on hold while schools investigated whether I'd committed fraud against myself, which made no sense but was apparently procedure. Meanwhile, Ian was charged with identity theft, fraud, and forgery for the fake letters of recommendation. My parents were charged as accessories for helping him commit the fraud. They hired a lawyer who argued that parents helping a child with applications wasn't a crime, that they'd made a mistake, but not a malicious one. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. They'd helped Ian steal my identity, create fraudulent documents, and submit false applications to medical schools. That wasn't helping with applications. That was conspiracy to commit fraud. My extended family got involved. Aunts and uncles calling to say I was destroying the family over a misunderstanding. My grandmother said Ian had made a mistake, but pressing charges was vindictive. Cousins posted on social media about family loyalty and forgiveness, without naming names, but clearly referring to the situation. I made my own post with the full story. My twin brother had stolen my identity to apply to medical schools using my credentials. My parents had helped him. I'd been the victim of identity theft and was now dealing with the consequences of their fraud affecting my legitimate applications. Attached court documents proving the charges. The family narrative shifted fast. People who'd been lecturing me about forgiveness suddenly went quiet. My grandmother called back apologizing, said she'd thought Ian had just used my MCAT study materials, not stolen my entire identity. Cousins deleted their vague posts about loyalty. Only my parents and Ian's girlfriend stood by him. Shauna created a GoFundMe for Ian's legal defense, claiming he was being persecuted for trying to better himself. It got reported and taken down for fraud. She then posted a long essay about how the medical education system was elitist, and Ian was a victim of a system that judged people on grades instead of potential. Ian pled guilty as part of a deal. The prosecutor offered reduced charges if he admitted to the identity theft and fraud, agreed to pay restitution for the legal fees I'd incurred clearing my name, and accepted a restraining order prohibiting contact with me. My parents refused to plead guilty, went to trial claiming they'd thought helping Ian with applications was normal parental support. The prosecutor showed the court the fake letters of recommendation they'd helped create, the detailed plans they'd stored for maintaining the deception through medical school, emails between them discussing how to cover for Ian when he inevitably struggled with coursework. The jury convicted them in under 2 hours. They were sentenced to probation, community service, and ordered to pay restitution to me and to the medical schools that had processed fraudulent applications. Throughout all of this, my legitimate medical school applications remained in limbo. Schools were hesitant to admit me while my family was making headlines for medical school fraud. It didn't matter that I was the victim. I was associated with the scandal. I was rejected from all 8 schools that had originally offered interviews. Some cited the ongoing investigation into application irregularities. Others gave generic rejections without explanation. One admissions director told me off the record that they couldn't risk admitting me while there was any question about my application's legitimacy, even though they knew I'd been the victim. 5 years of work, perfect credentials, ruined because my brother had stolen my identity and my parents had helped him. I'd done everything right, and lost my medical school opportunities anyway because of their fraud. I took a year off to let the scandal die down, worked in my research lab, published 2 papers, got a glowing recommendation from my PI. Applied to medical schools again the following cycle with a detailed explanation of what had happened, supported by court documents proving I'd been the victim. This time, I got in. 3 acceptances, including one from a top program. The dean of admissions called personally to apologize for the previous cycle, said they should have recognized I was the victim sooner. I'm starting medical school in 2 months, 2 years later than I'd planned, but finally on track. Ian works at a call center now. His medical school dreams are permanently dead. No program will ever accept him after the fraud conviction. My parents still don't speak to me, claim I ruined Ian's life by pressing charges. They send occasional emails saying I should have let it go, that family is more important than career. But they're wrong. They chose Ian over me my entire life, then helped him steal my identity when his own failures caught up with him. They didn't see me as their daughter with my own achievements and dreams. They saw me as a resource to be mined for Ian's benefit. Pressing charges didn't ruin Ian's life. His choices did. I just refused to let those choices ruin mine too. That's not vindictive. That's self-preservation. Sometimes people ask if I regret it, if having my family convicted of fraud was worth protecting my medical school applications. The answer is yes. They committed crimes against me. They stole my identity, destroyed my opportunities, and showed zero remorse. Legal consequences were appropriate. I'm 25, starting medical school, building a career they tried to steal from my brother. They face probation and restitution. That's not revenge. That's accountability. And I sleep fine at night knowing I chose my future over their comfort. My family secretly filmed me during therapy sessions and posted the footage online. I'm Kira, 24, been in therapy for anxiety and depression since I was 19. My therapist, Dr. Morrison, has an office in a converted house with a private entrance, very discreet and professional. I'd been seeing her weekly for 5 years, working through childhood trauma, family dynamics, building coping mechanisms for anxiety. The therapy room felt like the one truly safe space in my life where I could be completely vulnerable. My family, Mom, Rebecca, 52, Dad, Arthur, 54, and older sister Vanessa, 27, have never respected my privacy or my mental health journey. They've always treated therapy as something embarrassing I needed to hide, made jokes about me being the crazy one who needed professional help. I learned early to keep therapy separate from family life, never discussing what I worked on in sessions. 3 months ago, a friend sent me a TikTok link with a concerned message. "Is this you? Why is this online?" I clicked the link and my stomach dropped. It was a video compilation titled "Real Therapy Session Gone Wrong" with 2.3 million views. The thumbnail showed me mid-cry in Dr. Morrison's office. The video was edited clips from what appeared to be multiple therapy sessions. Me talking about my family trauma, me crying about feeling inadequate, me discussing my anxiety triggers, me describing painful childhood memories. All filmed secretly from an angle that showed the full therapy room posted online for millions of strangers to watch. The comments were brutal. People analyzing my mental health, diagnosing me with various conditions, calling me dramatic and attention-seeking. Some comments were sympathetic, but most were cruel entertainment at my expense. My most vulnerable moments turned into viral content. I immediately called Dr. Morrison. She was horrified, said she'd had no idea anyone was filming, that her office had strict confidentiality policies. We checked her office together and found a small camera hidden in a decorative plant on a shelf behind where I usually sat. The angle matched perfectly with the video footage. The camera was sophisticated, motion-activated, with cloud storage. Someone had planted it deliberately in a position to capture therapy sessions. Dr. Morrison called the police immediately while I tried to figure out who would do this. Then, I noticed the TikTok account that posted the video. Family Truth Teller. No identifying information, but the bio said, exposing the real stories families don't want you to know. They had dozens of videos, but mine was by far the most popular. I scrolled through their other content and recognized locations: my parents' house, my sister's apartment, family gatherings I'd attended. Someone in my family was running this account, posting real family content, and had escalated to secretly filming my therapy sessions. I checked the metadata on the camera Dr. Morrison had found. It had been placed in her office 3 months ago, right after a family dinner where I'd mentioned I had therapy the next morning. I'd been at my parents' house for Sunday dinner and mentioned in passing that I had an early therapy appointment the next day, which is why I needed to leave by 8. Vanessa had asked where Dr. Morrison's office was, claimed she was thinking about finding a therapist herself, and wanted recommendations. I'd told her the address. The next day, someone had broken into Dr. Morrison's office after hours and planted the camera. The office building's security footage showed a woman matching Vanessa's description entering through a side door at 11 p.m., staying for 7 minutes, leaving. She'd used the building's poor security to plant a camera in my therapist's office. I confronted my family at their house with the police present, showed them the TikTok video, the camera, the security footage. Asked who'd done this. Vanessa confessed immediately, seemed almost proud. I run Family Truth Teller. It's gotten huge, over 1 million followers. People love real, unfiltered family content. Your therapy sessions were gold, Kira. The authenticity, the raw emotion, that's what audiences want. You filmed my private therapy sessions without my knowledge or consent and posted them publicly for entertainment. I filmed content that was compelling. Your therapy drama is interesting. Way more interesting than your actual personality. People connected with it. Mom jumped in, looking uncomfortable but defensive. Vanessa told us about the account. We've been watching it. It's actually quite good, Kira. You're very expressive in therapy. The audience likes you. The audience is watching my private medical appointments that you secretly recorded. Dad shrugged. You're always saying therapy is so important, that everyone should be in therapy. Vanessa's videos are destigmatizing mental health treatment by showing what it actually looks like. You should be grateful for the awareness you're raising. I stared at them. My sister had committed multiple crimes. My parents knew about it and were defending her. And they genuinely thought I should be grateful for having my therapy sessions turned into viral content. This is illegal on multiple levels. It's a violation of medical privacy. It's wiretapping. It's breaking and entering. Vanessa could go to jail. Vanessa rolled her eyes. Don't be dramatic. It's just content. You're not even identifiable in the videos. I'm completely identifiable. My face is clearly visible. Friends recognized me immediately. And even if I wasn't identifiable, you still filmed confidential medical sessions without consent. The police officer who'd come with me stepped in. Ma'am, you're admitting you planted a recording device in a medical professional's office and recorded patient sessions without knowledge or consent. Vanessa looked at the officer like he was stupid. I'm admitting I created compelling content. The therapy industrial complex wants to keep these conversations private, but people deserve to see what really happens in therapy. I'm providing a public service. She was arrested that day, charged with illegal surveillance, violation of medical privacy laws, breaking and entering, and wiretapping. The police seized her phone and laptop, found dozens of raw footage files from my therapy sessions. She'd been recording me for 3 months, had enough material for dozens more videos. Dr. Morrison filed complaints with medical privacy authorities and her professional licensing board. I filed a civil lawsuit against Vanessa for invasion of privacy, emotional distress, and damages. TikTok removed the video and banned the Family Truth Teller account, but the video had already been downloaded and re-uploaded to other platforms by random users. My parents hired a lawyer for Vanessa, not a public defender, an expensive criminal defense attorney who argued Vanessa was a citizen journalist, exposing the therapeutic process. that she had First Amendment protections. The argument was laughable, but they tried. The prosecutor was aggressive, said violation of medical privacy was serious, that recording someone's therapy sessions was particularly egregious, that Vanessa had committed premeditated crimes by breaking into a medical office to plant surveillance equipment. During discovery, we found out the full extent of Vanessa's content operation. She'd been filming family members secretly for over a year, had cameras hidden throughout my parents' house, in her own apartment, in her car, had filmed me, our cousins, family friends, all without knowledge or consent. The TikTok account had made her about $15,000 in sponsorships and ad revenue before being banned. She'd been monetizing our private lives while we had no idea we were being recorded. My parents remained on Vanessa's side throughout the legal process. Mom testified at her trial that Vanessa was creative and entrepreneurial, that she'd built an impressive following, that maybe her methods were questionable, but her success shouldn't be punished. Dad said I was overreacting, that therapy videos weren't really private because I'd chosen to express those feelings. Vanessa had just documented them. The jury disagreed, convicted Vanessa on all counts. She was sentenced to 18 months in jail, 3 years probation, ordered to pay $50,000 in restitution to me and $25,000 to Dr. Morrison, and banned from posting any content featuring family members without explicit written consent. She screamed at me in the courtroom, "You destroyed my career. I had 1 million followers. I was building something real, and you ruined it because you're too precious about your stupid therapy sessions." The judge had her removed. My parents glared at me like I was the villain for prosecuting their daughter who'd committed multiple felonies against me. After the trial, my parents sent a letter saying I'd torn the family apart, that Vanessa had made a mistake, but I'd taken things too far by pressing charges, that families should protect each other, not destroy each other's opportunities. They wanted me to write a letter to the parole board supporting early release for Vanessa. I didn't respond. Instead, I filed a restraining order against all 3 of them. I couldn't trust people who thought secretly filming my therapy sessions and posting them online was acceptable content creation. The restraining order was granted based on the ongoing harassment and their continued defense of Vanessa's criminal behavior. My parents were prohibited from contacting me or coming within 500 feet of me or Dr. Morrison's office. Dr. Morrison had to completely remodel her office, change security systems, install multiple anti-surveillance measures. She'd never had a patient's family member break in and plant cameras before. The incident affected her other patients too, some of whom left therapy entirely because they no longer felt safe. My lawsuit against Vanessa resulted in a judgment of $200,000 for damages. She'll probably never pay at all, but the judgment follows her, affects her credit, garnishes any income she makes. Her content creation career is over. No platform will verify her after the conviction, and her notoriety is as a cautionary tale about illegal surveillance, not as a successful creator. The therapy videos are still out there on various platforms, despite takedown requests. Random accounts keep re-uploading them. I've made peace with the fact that my most vulnerable moments exist online forever, that strangers have seen me at my lowest. My current therapist, I switched after everything with Dr. Morrison became too complicated, says that's part of the trauma I'm processing now. I'm 25, work in IT security ironically, have trust issues around privacy that are entirely justified. My family is blocked on all platforms, restrained by court order from contact. Vanessa serves her sentence, will be released in 6 months to begin probation. Sometimes people recognize me from the viral therapy videos. Usually they don't say anything, but occasionally someone will approach and say something thoughtless like, "Hey, aren't you that girl from the therapy TikTok? Are you doing better now?" I've learned to walk away without responding. My parents still occasionally try to contact me through mutual acquaintances, sending messages about forgiveness and family. How Vanessa's life is ruined over content creation, how I should drop the restraining order and let everyone heal. How they miss me, but can't support my vendetta against my sister. It's not a vendetta. It's accountability. Vanessa committed crimes against me, violated my medical privacy in the most invasive way possible, monetized my trauma for TikTok revenue. My parents supported and defended her behavior. They don't get to frame consequences as persecution. The irony is that I'm in therapy, partially because of my family's boundary violations and lack of respect for my autonomy. They proved my therapist right by literally filming the sessions where I discussed those exact issues. They created evidence supporting every concern I'd raised about them. I don't regret prosecuting Vanessa. She deserved every consequence she faced. You don't get to secretly film someone's medical appointments, post them online for millions to watch, profit from their trauma, and call it content creation. That's not entrepreneurship. That's exploitation, and it's criminal. Family doesn't mean accepting violations because the violators are related to you. My sister committed serious crimes against me. My parents enabled and defended those crimes. They face restraining orders and estrangement. Those are appropriate consequences for people who see your most vulnerable moments as content opportunities. Sometimes protecting yourself means cutting off the people who hurt you most, even when those people are family. Especially when those people are family. Because family members who'd secretly film your therapy sessions and post them online for viral content aren't family worth keeping. My parents had me involuntarily committed to psychiatric care to force me to break up with my girlfriend. I'm Milo, 25, been dating my girlfriend Jade for 2 years. We met in grad school, both studying public health, fell in love quickly and deeply. Jade is brilliant, kind, ambitious, everything I could want in a partner. We moved in together last year, started talking seriously about marriage and our future. My parents, Dorothy and Raymond, both 58, have always been controlling, but their behavior escalated dramatically after I introduced them to Jade. They hated her immediately, though they tried to hide it initially, made subtle comments about her being too opinionated, too ambitious, too independent. Said she wasn't traditional enough, that she'd never prioritize family properly. The real issue was that Jade is black and my family is white. My parents claimed they weren't racist, that their concerns were about compatibility and values, but their discomfort was obvious. They'd never directly confronted their prejudices, but their behavior toward Jade revealed everything they tried to deny. 6 months ago, I told my parents Jade and I were planning to get engaged. Their reaction was extreme. Mom started crying, said I was making a huge mistake. Dad said I was throwing away my future. They begged me to reconsider, to date other people, to not rush into commitment with someone so different from our family. I told them my relationship wasn't their decision, that I loved Jade and was going to marry her regardless of their approval. The conversation ended badly, with my dad saying I'd regret this, and my mom saying she was worried about me. 2 weeks later, I started getting strange calls from my parents asking how I was feeling emotionally, if I was sleeping okay, if I was stressed, if I'd been having dark thoughts. The questions felt invasive and weird, but I attributed it to them being overbearing as usual. Then, 3 weeks ago, police showed up at my apartment with a mental health crisis response team. They had paperwork showing my parents had filed for an involuntary psychiatric hold, claiming I was a danger to myself, that I'd been experiencing psychotic episodes, making irrational decisions, showing signs of severe mental illness requiring immediate intervention. I was confused and terrified, told them I was fine, that this was a mistake. They said they had to follow protocol when someone's family reports suicidal ideation and psychotic symptoms, that I'd need to be evaluated at a psychiatric facility. I was taken to a psychiatric hospital against my will, put in a locked unit, evaluated by psychiatrists who asked about hallucinations, delusions, suicidal thoughts. I kept insisting this was a mistake, that my parents had lied, that I was completely mentally stable. But the hold was for 72 hours minimum. I had to stay regardless of my protests, Jade was frantic, trying to get me released, but the hospital said they had to complete the evaluation. That families don't usually fabricate mental health crises, that they had to take the reported symptoms seriously. During my second day there, my parents visited, came to the psychiatric unit where I was being held, and sat down like they were visiting someone who was actually sick. "Milo, we're so glad you're getting help. We've been worried about you for months." "You had me committed. I'm not sick. You lied to have me involuntarily hospitalized." Mom looked at me with fake sympathy. "Honey, this is part of the illness. You don't realize how concerning your behavior has been. The obsession with Jade, the irrational commitment to a relationship that's clearly wrong for you, the refusal to listen to people who love you, these are symptoms." Dad nodded. "We consulted with a psychiatrist. He said your fixation on an inappropriate relationship, your rejection of family guidance, your grandiose plans for a future that makes no sense, these indicate a break from reality. We had to get you help." They'd fabricated a mental health crisis to have me involuntarily committed because they didn't approve of my relationship. Every question they'd asked about my mental state had been gathering information to build a false case that I was psychotic and suicidal. They'd used the mental health system as a weapon to try to separate me from Jade. My relationship with Jade isn't a symptom of mental illness. Your inability to see that it's inappropriate is concerning. The doctors here will help you gain perspective. Once you're thinking clearly again, you'll understand we did this because we love you. I demanded to be released. The psychiatrist assigned to my case was skeptical of my parents' claims, but said he needed to complete the evaluation. Asked me detailed questions about my relationship with Jade, my plans for the future, my conflict with my parents. After 2 days of observation, he concluded I showed 0 signs of psychosis, delusions, or suicidal ideation, that I was mentally stable and had been inappropriately committed based on false information from my parents. "Mr. Chen, I'm releasing you. Your parents reported symptoms you clearly don't have. I don't know why they did this, but you're not mentally ill and shouldn't be here." I was released after 72 hours. Jade picked me up, took me home. I was traumatized, furious, and determined to make sure my parents faced consequences for what they'd done. I filed a police report for filing a false mental health emergency report, provided documentation from the hospital showing I'd been evaluated and found completely stable, that the reported symptoms had been fabricated. The detective assigned to the case said this was serious, that falsely reporting someone as suicidal to have them involuntarily committed was a crime. My parents were interviewed. They stuck to their story. They'd genuinely believed I was experiencing a mental health crisis, that my relationship, choices, and rejection of family advice indicated I wasn't thinking clearly, that they'd acted in good faith based on real concerns. The prosecutor didn't buy it, showed that my parents had contacted multiple hospitals asking about involuntary commitment procedures before filing the report, had consulted with their own psychiatrist about what symptoms to report to ensure I'd be held. This wasn't good faith concern, it was premeditated false reporting. During discovery, we found notes from my mother documenting my symptoms. She'd written things like obsessive attachment to inappropriate girlfriend, delusional thinking about future plans, rejection of family guidance indicating impaired judgment. She'd been building a false psychiatric case for weeks. More damning, texts between my parents discussing their plan explicitly. Dad wrote, "If we can get him committed for observation, they'll keep him away from her for at least 72 hours. Maybe that separation will help him see clearly." Mom responded, "The psychiatrist said if we report suicidal ideation and psychotic symptoms, they have to take him in. Once he's there, maybe the evaluation will show he actually is unstable." They deliberately fabricated a mental health crisis to have me involuntarily committed, hoping the forced hospitalization would either make me break up with Jade or provide actual psychiatric justification for their concerns. I also filed a civil lawsuit for false imprisonment, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and defamation. My lawyer argued that having someone involuntarily committed based on fabricated symptoms was one of the most serious violations of personal liberty possible outside of actual kidnapping. My parents hired a lawyer who argued they'd been acting as concerned parents, that their interpretation of my behavior might have been wrong, but their intentions were protective, that families make mistakes in crisis situations without criminal intent. The evidence contradicted that defense entirely. The pre-planning, the consultation about commitment procedures, the texts discussing using hospitalization to separate me from Jade, the documented fabrication of symptoms. This wasn't a concerned family making a mistake. It was calculated abuse of the mental health system. My parents were convicted of filing false reports and conspiracy. They were sentenced to 6 months in jail, 2 years probation, and ordered to pay restitution for my legal fees and the emotional distress of being involuntarily committed. But the criminal case was just part of the consequences. Having me involuntarily committed created a psychiatric record. Even though I was released and cleared, the fact that I'd been committed stayed in certain medical databases. It affected my ability to purchase firearms, something I'd never wanted to do but now couldn't legally. It came up in background checks. It was a permanent mark on my record because my parents had lied. My lawyer fought to have the commitment expunged from my record. It took months and multiple court hearings, but eventually, a judge agreed that since the commitment was based on entirely false information, it should be removed from my permanent record. The process was exhausting and invasive. Jade and I got married 3 months after the criminal case concluded. My parents weren't invited. They were in jail during our wedding anyway, serving their 6-month sentence for having me falsely committed. My extended family was divided. Some relatives said my parents had taken things too far, but that I'd overreacted by pressing charges. Others were horrified, said what my parents had done was unforgivable. Several aunts and uncles cut contact with my parents entirely after learning they'd fabricated a mental health crisis. The experience of being involuntarily committed was traumatic. Being locked in a psychiatric unit when you're not mentally ill, when you're completely stable and aware that you're being held based on lies, is terrifying. I developed anxiety around hospitals and police that took months of therapy to manage. Jade struggled too. She blamed herself, even though none of this was her fault. My parents had targeted her from the beginning, had used me as a weapon against our relationship. She felt guilty that my relationship with her had resulted in me being falsely committed. We both went to therapy, processed the trauma of my parents' actions and the systemic racism underlying their behavior. They'd never directly said they opposed our relationship because of race, but their willingness to have me involuntarily committed rather than accept us together revealed the depth of their bigotry. My parents were released from jail 8 months ago. They tried to contact me immediately, sent letters saying they'd made mistakes but had been acting out of love. That they understood now their methods were wrong, but their concerns had been genuine. That they wanted to repair our relationship. I didn't respond. Got a restraining order instead. Someone who'd have you involuntarily committed to psychiatric care to break up your relationship doesn't deserve access to your life, parent or not. The restraining order was granted based on the ongoing harassment and the severity of their previous actions. They were prohibited from contacting me or Jade, from coming within 500 feet of our home or workplaces. I'm 26 now, married to Jade, working in public health, building a life my parents tried to destroy through false psychiatric commitment. We're happy, successful, completely cut off from people who'd abuse the mental health system to control us. Sometimes people ask if I regret having my parents jailed for what they framed as concern about my well-being. The answer is no. They didn't have me committed out of genuine concern. They had me committed as a tactic to separate me from my girlfriend. They fabricated symptoms of psychosis and suicidal ideation, had me forcibly taken to a psychiatric hospital, held in a locked unit for 72 hours, all because they couldn't accept my choice of partner. That's not parental concern. That's abuse disguised as care. My parents made choices, fabricating mental health symptoms, filing false reports, having their son involuntarily committed to try to control his relationship. Those choices were criminal. They faced consequences. That I'm their son didn't make what they did any less harmful or illegal. Involuntary psychiatric commitment is one of the most serious interventions possible. It should be reserved for people who are genuinely dangerous to themselves or others. My parents weaponized it because they didn't like my girlfriend. They faced criminal consequences for that abuse. Family doesn't mean accepting being falsely committed to psychiatric care. My parents crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. They used the mental health system as a tool of control. They served jail time for it and live with restraining orders prohibiting contact. I chose Jade over parents who'd have me involuntarily committed rather than accept our relationship. That's not choosing a girlfriend over family. That's choosing reality over people whose bigotry drove them to criminal acts. And I'd make that choice every time. My mom convinced my fiancé I was cheating to break up our engagement. I'm Adrian, 27, been with my fiancée Maya for 4 years. We got engaged 6 months ago, planning a wedding for next spring. Maya's incredible, smart, funny, supportive, everything I could want in a partner. My family seemed happy about the engagement initially. At least, that's what I thought. My mother, Diane, 56, has always been over-involved in my life. Wanted to know every detail, have input on every decision, maintain control even as I became an adult. When I moved out at 23, she'd show up unannounced. When I got my first serious girlfriend at 25, she'd text constantly asking where we were and what we were doing. Maya and I had established boundaries with her early in our relationship, kept some distance, limited how much information we shared. Diane didn't like Maya. Never said it directly but made small comments. Maya dressed too casually. Maya's job wasn't prestigious enough. Maya's family wasn't cultured. Maya didn't cook traditional meals. Every visit included subtle criticisms that Maya handled with impressive grace, while I tried to defend her without starting family wars. When we got engaged, Diane's reaction was strained, smiled tightly, said congratulations, then immediately started questioning our timeline. Weren't we rushing? Shouldn't we wait until we were more established? Had we really thought about compatibility long-term? I shut down the conversation, told her we were happy and her support would be appreciated but wasn't required. 3 months ago, Maya started acting distant, coming home late from work, being secretive with her phone, seeming preoccupied. When I asked if something was wrong, she'd say she was fine, but she clearly wasn't. I figured she was stressed about wedding planning or work and gave her space. Then, 2 months ago, she came home and said we needed to talk. Sat me down with tears in her eyes and said she couldn't marry me. That she'd discovered something that changed everything. That she needed to end the engagement immediately. I was devastated. Asked what had happened, what had changed. She wouldn't give me details, just said she'd learned things about me that proved I wasn't who she thought I was, that she'd been naive to trust me, that the relationship was over. I begged her to explain. She finally said she knew I'd been cheating on her for months, that she had proof, that there was no point in me denying it. I was completely blindsided, swore I'd never cheated, demanded to know what proof she thought she had. Maya showed me her phone. Text messages from an unknown number sent over the past 2 months, containing photos of me with another woman. The photos showed me at restaurants, coffee shops, parks, seemingly on dates with a brunette woman I didn't recognize. The accompanying messages said things like, "Thought you should know what your fiancé does when you're at work," and "He's been seeing her for 6 months." I stared at the photos, trying to figure out what I was looking at. The man in the photos looked like me, similar build and coloring, but I'd never been to those locations, Never met that woman, never worn some of those clothes. The photos were fake, or someone who resembled me, but they weren't actually me. Maya, this isn't me. I've never been to that restaurant. I don't own that jacket. I've never seen that woman before in my life. Adrian, stop. I've been investigating for weeks. I hired a private investigator after I got the first photos. He confirmed you've been seeing someone. I have time-stamped evidence, location data, everything. Just stop lying. She'd hired a private investigator who'd confirmed I was cheating based on fabricated evidence. Someone had sent her fake photos of me with another woman, and she'd built an entire case proving an affair that never happened. I insisted we meet with this private investigator together. Maya was reluctant but agreed, probably thinking I'd confess when confronted with more evidence. We met him at a coffee shop the next day. The investigator, a man named Ron, laid out his findings. Photos of me with the mystery woman at various locations throughout the city over the past 4 months. Time-stamped evidence showing I was supposedly at these locations during times Maya was at work. Even testimony from a waitress at one restaurant who confirmed she'd seen me there multiple times with the same woman. I examined the photos closely. The man looked superficially like me, similar height and build, but the face was wrong. Different nose, different jawline. Yes, we had similar coloring and hair, but this wasn't me. I pulled up my phone's location history, showing I'd been at work or home during the times these photos were supposedly taken. Ron seemed confused, started comparing my actual face to the photos more carefully. You're right, this isn't you. The resemblance is strong, but the facial features don't match. Someone sent your fiancé photos of a man who looks like you and claimed it was you. Maya looked between the photos and me, realization dawning. Then who sent me these? Who went through the effort of finding someone who resembles Adrian and staging fake cheating photos? We traced the unknown number that had been texting Maya. It went to a burner phone, but Ron used some investigative tools to track where it had been purchased and activated. A store 15 minutes from my parents' house, activated the same day the first photos were sent to Maya. I had a horrible suspicion. Called my mother and asked if she could meet me immediately, said it was urgent about the wedding. She agreed, sounded pleased actually. Maya, Ron, and I went to my parents' house. When we arrived, I asked my mother directly, "Did you send Maya photos claiming I was cheating on her?" Diane's face did this complicated thing where she tried to look shocked but couldn't quite pull it off. "What are you talking about?" I showed her the photos on Maya's phone. Someone sent Maya these photos claiming they were me with another woman. Someone who bought a burner phone near your house and has been systematically trying to break up our engagement. Was it you? My dad, who'd been in the room, looked at the photos and then at Diane with realization. "Diane, what did you do?" She started crying. "I was protecting you. Maya's not right for you, Adrian. She's going to hold you back, limit your potential. I found a man who resembles you and hired him to pose for photos so Maya would see what I see, that you need someone better." The room went silent. My mother had hired someone who looked like me, staged photos to make it look like I was cheating, sent them to Maya anonymously, and when Maya had hired a private investigator, my mother had somehow gotten to the investigator, or hired him herself, to confirm the affair. Maya stood up. "You destroyed our engagement because you don't think I'm good enough for your son? I saved him from making a huge mistake. You're not right for him. Anyone can see that." I was shaking with rage. "You fabricated evidence of me cheating to break us up. That's not protection, that's sabotage." Dad looked horrified. "Diane, tell me you didn't actually hire someone to impersonate our son and create fake cheating evidence." She doubled down. "I did what I had to do. Adrian wouldn't listen when I explained Maya wasn't suitable. Sometimes mothers have to make hard choices to protect their children." Maya left immediately. I ran after her, tried to explain I'd had no idea, that my mother was completely unhinged. Maya was crying, said she needed time to process that my mother had manipulated her into ending our engagement through elaborate fraud. I went back inside to confront my mother properly. She was still defending herself, saying Maya's reaction proved she wasn't strong enough for our family anyway. That a good partner would have talked to me instead of believing anonymous texts. That she'd actually done us a favor by exposing Maya's lack of trust. You created the distrust. You sent fake evidence for 2 months. You hired a private investigator to lie to her. You systematically destroyed her faith in me through fraud. My dad was on my side. Diane, this is insane. You committed fraud to break up your son's engagement. Do you understand how serious this is? I protected my son from a manipulative woman who would have ruined his life. I called the police from their living room, reported that my mother had committed fraud and harassment by creating fake evidence of infidelity to interfere with my relationship. The officer who responded took statements from me, Maya, and eventually Ron, the private investigator, who admitted Diane had contacted him, provided the photos, and paid him to confirm the affair to Maya. Diane was arrested for fraud, harassment, and conspiracy. She screamed at me as police put her in the car. "I'm your mother. You're having me arrested for trying to help you. You'll regret this when Maya shows her true colors." My dad was devastated. Said he'd had no idea Diane was planning this, that she'd been acting strange about the engagement, but he'd thought it was normal mother-of-the-groom stress. He'd hired a lawyer for her, but also said he understood if I wanted to press charges fully. I did press charges. My mother had committed multiple crimes to destroy my engagement. She'd found a man who resembled me, paid him to pose for staged photos, sent those photos to Maya anonymously for months, hired a private investigator to provide false confirmation of an affair, and systematically manipulated Maya into ending our relationship. The criminal case proceeded. Diane's lawyer tried to argue she'd been acting out of maternal concern, that her intentions were protective, even if her methods were wrong. The prosecutor showed the court the detailed planning involved, hiring a look-alike, staging multiple photo shoots at different locations, purchasing a burner phone, coordinating with a private investigator to provide false information. This wasn't impulse or poor judgment. It was premeditated fraud. Diane was convicted of fraud and harassment, sentenced to 6 months in jail, 2 years probation, and ordered to pay restitution to Maya for the emotional distress and to Ron for dragging him into her scheme, though he faced his own professional consequences for participating. Maya and I tried to rebuild. She'd ended our engagement based on what she'd believed was solid evidence of betrayal. Finding out my mother had fabricated everything was both relieving and traumatizing. We went to couples counseling to work through the trust issues my mother had deliberately created. 6 months later, Maya and I got engaged again. This time, we told no one except a few close friends until after we'd eloped and made it legally official. Didn't give my mother the chance to sabotage a second time. My dad divorced Diane while she was in jail. Said he couldn't stay married to someone who'd destroy their son's happiness through elaborate fraud. That her obsessive need to control my life had finally gone too far. Diane served her full sentence, was released 3 months ago, tried to contact me immediately, sent letters saying she'd made mistakes but had been acting out of love. That she'd accept Maya now if it meant having me back in her life. That family should forgive. I didn't respond. Got a permanent restraining order instead. Someone who'd hire a look-alike and stage fake cheating photos to destroy your engagement isn't someone who deserves access to your life, mother or not. My dad and I have a relationship. He's apologized repeatedly for not seeing the warning signs of Diane's behavior. He's supportive of Maya and me, respectful of our boundaries, everything Diane wasn't. Maya and I have been married for 4 months. We're happy, building a life together, working through the trauma my mother inflicted through her calculated manipulation. Some days Maya still struggles with trusting fully after months of being sent evidence I was cheating. We work through it together. I'm 28 now, married to an amazing woman my mother tried to destroy. My mother sits with a criminal record and a restraining order, alone because she couldn't accept her adult son's choice of partner. Those are the consequences of committing fraud to control someone's life. Sometimes people ask if I feel guilty having my mother arrested, if I regret that she went to jail because she was trying to protect me. The answer is no. She didn't protect me. She tried to destroy my relationship through systematic deception and fraud. That's not motherly concern. That's criminal control. Family doesn't excuse fraud. Being someone's mother doesn't give you the right to hire lookalikes and fabricate cheating evidence to break up their engagement. Diane made choices. Those choices were crimes. She faced consequences. That I was her son didn't make what she did any less illegal or harmful. I choose Maya over the mother who tried to drive her away through fake evidence and manipulation. That's not betrayal. That's choosing reality over someone's control fantasy. And I'd make that choice again, every time. My family used my dead sister's identity to catfish me into staying close to home. I'm Vera, 22, youngest of 2 daughters. My older sister Cassidy died in a car accident when I was 16 and she was 19. We were close, talked about everything, had that sister bond people write songs about. Her death devastated our family, but it hit me and our parents, Monica and Stephen, both 51, differently. They turned her room into a shrine, kept everything exactly as she'd left it. I grieved, but eventually started moving forward because that's what Cassidy would have wanted. After high school, I got accepted to universities across the country. My top choice was in Portland, 2,000 miles from our home in Ohio. My parents reacted badly, said I was abandoning them, that Cassidy would have stayed close to family. I pointed out Cassidy had been planning to study abroad before she died, that she'd encouraged me to chase opportunities wherever they led. They claimed I was misremembering, that Cassidy had always valued family above all else. I went to Portland anyway. Started college focused on environmental science, made friends, joined clubs, built a life separate from the grief that saturated every corner of my parents' house. I called home weekly, visited on major holidays, maintained relationship boundaries that kept me connected but not consumed by their ongoing mourning. During my sophomore year, I started receiving Instagram messages from an account called Cassidy Forever 22. The profile had no posts, no followers, just Cassidy's photo as the avatar. The first message said, "Vera, it's me. I know this sounds crazy, but I didn't die. The accident was complicated. I can't explain everything yet, but I'm alive, and I need you to trust me." I blocked the account immediately. Someone was using my dead sister's identity to mess with me, and it was sick. But the messages kept coming from new accounts, all with variations of Cassidy's name, all with her photos, all claiming she was alive and needed my help. The messages got more specific, referenced things only Cassidy and I would know. Inside jokes from childhood, conversations we'd had in private, secrets I'd never shared with anyone. Details about the weekend before she died, things we'd talked about that I'd never mentioned to our parents because they were too painful. I started doubting my sanity. Could she be alive? Could there have been some massive mistake? The messages said she was in hiding, that she'd explain everything if I came home, that she needed to see me in person, but I couldn't tell our parents because they wouldn't understand. I flew home for spring break. The messages intensified, giving me locations to meet. I went to the park where Cassidy and I used to hang out. No one showed. Went to the coffee shop she'd loved. Nothing. The messages kept promising she'd explain everything. She just needed more time. But I had to stay in Ohio, had to be nearby for when she was ready. I extended my spring break by a week, telling my professors I had a family emergency. Missed classes and assignments waiting for Cassidy to show up at the locations the messages specified. My parents seemed happy I was home longer, kept suggesting maybe I should transfer to a school closer to them, that Portland was so far away. After 2 weeks of wild goose chases, I got suspicious. I'm in an environmental science program. I know how to research and analyze data. I started tracking the IP addresses of the Instagram accounts messaging me. Used university resources to trace where the messages were originating. Every single message came from my parents' home IP address, from their house. Someone in that house was pretending to be my dead sister to manipulate me into coming home and staying close. I installed tracking software on my phone and went to my parents' house for dinner. Acted normal while my phone logged network activity. Sure enough, while I was sitting at the dinner table, Cassidy Forever 22 sent me another message. "Vera, I'm so close. I can almost see you. Stay in Ohio a few more days, please." The message came from a device connected to my parents' Wi-Fi network. Someone in that house was messaging me, pretending to be Cassidy, while I sat there eating pasta with my parents. I excused myself to the bathroom, walked upstairs to Cassidy's preserved room. The door was usually locked, but today it was cracked open. I pushed it wider. My mother was sitting at Cassidy's desk, typing on a laptop. I watched through the crack as she composed another message. "Vera, I know this is hard to believe, but I've been watching you grow into an amazing person. I'm so proud. I just need you closer to home so we can reunite properly." I took a video on my phone, captured my mother typing messages from Cassidy Forever 22, pretending to be my dead sister, manipulating me into staying in Ohio. When she hit send, my phone buzzed with the incoming message. I walked into the room. "What are you doing?" Mom jumped, slammed the laptop closed. "Vera, I thought you were downstairs." I was, until I got another message from my dead sister's Instagram account. The message that you just sent, from this laptop. Her face went through several expressions: shock, guilt, defiance. "I can explain. You've been catfishing me, using Cassidy's identity to manipulate me into coming home and staying close. For months." Dad appeared in the doorway. "Vera, your mother was just trying to help you see reason." "Help me see reason? You've been pretending to be my dead sister." Mom started crying. "You were pulling away from us, moving across the country, building a life without us. We lost Cassidy, we can't lose you too. The messages were the only way to get you to come home." The messages were sick manipulation, using my dead sister's identity to mess with my head. Dad stepped into the room. "We needed you to understand how much we need you here. Cassidy's gone. You're all we have left. Portland is too far away. So you pretended Cassidy was alive to trick me into staying close? Do you understand how psychologically damaging that is?" Mom reached for me. "We were desperate. You wouldn't listen when we told you we needed you nearby. The messages got your attention, got you home. They worked." I backed away from her. "They worked? I thought my sister was alive. I thought I'd been lied to about her death for 6 years. I've been having panic attacks thinking maybe the funeral was fake, maybe everything was a lie. You made me question reality." "We made you come home," Dad said firmly. "We made you remember your family obligations. That's what mattered." I held up my phone, showing the video I'd recorded. "I have you on camera admitting you've been catfishing me using Cassidy's identity. That's fraud. That's harassment. That's probably several other crimes." Mom went pale. "You wouldn't report us. We're your parents. You used my dead sister to psychologically torture me for months. Try me." I walked out of Cassidy's room, down the stairs, out of that house. Drove straight to the police station and filed a report for identity theft, fraud, and harassment. Showed them the messages, the IP tracking data, the video of my mother admitting what she'd done. The detective assigned to my case was disturbed. This is one of the more unusual catfishing situations I've handled. Using a deceased family member's identity to manipulate a living relative. That's particularly cruel. My parents hired a lawyer who argued they'd made poor choices out of grief and desperation, that prosecuting grieving parents would be unnecessarily harsh. The prosecutor disagreed. They'd committed fraud, created fake social media accounts using a deceased person's identity, used those accounts to harass and manipulate me over several months. Grief didn't excuse criminal behavior. The case got local media attention. Parents catfish daughter using dead sister's identity was a headline designed for maximum shock value. My university's counseling center reached out offering support. Friends from Portland who'd watched me spiral during spring break finally understood why I'd been acting so erratic. My extended family was divided. Some relatives said my parents were clearly unwell with grief and needed help, not prosecution. Others said what they'd done was unforgivable, using Cassidy's memory as a manipulation tool. My Aunt Rachel, Dad's sister, told me privately that my parents had become obsessed with keeping me close after Cassidy died, that she'd tried to talk to them about getting therapy, but they'd refused. The Instagram accounts kept sending messages even after I'd filed the police report. My parents couldn't help themselves. More messages claiming Cassidy was disappointed in me for going to authorities, that I was betraying family, that Cassidy wanted me to drop the charges and come home. I forwarded every message to them. Detective. Each one was additional evidence of ongoing harassment. My parents' lawyer begged them to stop, but they kept creating new accounts, kept sending messages, kept pretending to be Cassidy to try to manipulate me. The prosecutor used the continued harassment to argue my parents were unable to recognize the harm they were causing, that they posed ongoing threat to my psychological well-being. The judge agreed, issued a restraining order prohibiting my parents from contacting me directly or through any digital means, including, but not limited to, fake social media accounts impersonating deceased family members. The restraining order was necessary but surreal. I had legal documentation ordering my parents not to pretend to be my dead sister on Instagram. That was my life now. My parents pled guilty to reduced charges, criminal impersonation, and harassment. They were sentenced to probation, mandatory grief counseling, and ordered to pay for my therapy costs. The restraining order remained in effect for 2 years. I went back to Portland. My professors were understanding about the spring break extension once I explained the situation generally, without diving into the truly horrific details. I caught up on coursework, refocused on my degree, tried to process what had happened. Therapy helped. My counselor explained that my parents' behavior was a manifestation of complicated grief, that losing a child had broken something in them that made them willing to psychologically harm their living child to maintain proximity. Understanding their motivation didn't excuse their actions, but it helped me contextualize the betrayal. The hardest part was grieving Cassidy all over again. The messages had made me hope, however irrationally, that maybe she was alive. Facing the reality that she was definitely dead, that the messages had been my mother's manipulation, meant re-experiencing the loss. I'd thought I'd processed her death years ago. Turned out I'd just put it aside, and my parents had ripped it back open in the cruelest way possible. I graduated from Portland with my environmental science degree. My parents didn't attend the ceremony. The restraining order prohibited them from being there. Aunt Rachel came instead, brought flowers, told me Cassidy would have been proud. I chose to believe that. After graduation, I got a job with a conservation nonprofit in Seattle, even farther from Ohio than Portland had been. My parents sent a letter through their lawyer asking if we could have supervised contact now that I was settled in my career. I declined. The 2-year restraining order was ending, but I had no interest in resuming relationship with people who'd used my dead sister's identity to manipulate me. They'd had a choice when I went to college: respect my independence and maintain a healthy long-distance relationship, or try to control me through manipulation. They chose manipulation. They chose to use Cassidy's memory as a weapon. That choice had consequences. Some family members still try to convince me to reconcile, say my parents made mistakes, but they're still my parents, that family should forgive. But forgiveness doesn't mean relationship. I can forgive them for being broken by grief, while still protecting myself from people who demonstrated they'd psychologically torture me to get what they wanted. I'm 25 now, working in conservation, living in Seattle, seeing a therapist regularly to process the complex trauma of being catfished by your parents using your dead sister's identity. I have a good life, healthy relationships, meaningful work, none of which includes my parents. They wanted to keep me close by pretending Cassidy was alive. Instead, they lost both daughters, one to a car accident, one to their own cruelty. Sometimes grief makes people do terrible things. That doesn't mean their victims have to accept those terrible things as expressions of love. Cassidy would have wanted me to live fully, chase opportunities, build a life beyond our hometown. I'm doing that, just without the parents who tried to trap me using her ghost. That's not what she would have wanted, but it's what they chose. And I chose to protect myself from people who'd use my dead sister to manipulate me. That's not revenge. That's survival. My siblings reported me to CPS claiming I was abusing my daughter to gain custody. I'm Nina, 29, single mother to my daughter Lily, who just turned 5. Her father Marcus and I split when I was pregnant. He's not involved and signed away his parental rights 2 years ago. It's been just me and Lily since she was born, building a life together through long hours working as a dental hygienist and careful budgeting to afford our small apartment. My family, specifically my older sisters Rachel, 34, and Colette, 32, have always been judgmental about my single motherhood, made comments about how hard it must be raising a child alone, how Lily would have been better off adopted by a 2-parent family, how I was selfish keeping her when I couldn't provide the ideal family structure. I'd mostly ignored their commentary, focused on being the best mom I could be with the resources I had. 6 months ago, Rachel had a miscarriage, her 3rd one. She and her husband Dean had been trying for years to have a baby and it wasn't working. I was sympathetic, sent flowers, offered support. But Rachel started acting strange around Lily after that, constantly commenting on how well-behaved she was, how beautiful, how lucky I was. The attention felt uncomfortable, but I tried to be understanding given what Rachel was going through. Then, 3 months ago, I got a knock on my door from Child Protective Services. A caseworker named Jennifer introduced herself and said they'd received multiple reports of child abuse and neglect concerning Lily, that she needed to interview me and inspect our home immediately. I was shocked. Let her in, cooperated fully. She looked through our apartment, spoke with Lily privately, interviewed me about our routine, Lily's health, our living situation. After 2 hours, she seemed satisfied that the reports were unfounded. Ms. Chen, I'm not seeing any evidence of abuse or neglect. Your daughter appears healthy, happy, well cared for. Your home is clean and appropriate. I'll be closing this case as unsubstantiated. I asked who had reported me. She said she couldn't reveal that information, but there had been multiple reports from different sources over the past month making serious allegations about physical abuse, medical neglect, and unsafe living conditions. Multiple reports. Multiple sources. Someone had been systematically reporting me to CPS with false allegations. I had a sinking feeling I knew who. 2 weeks later, CPS showed up again. Different caseworker this time, saying they'd received new reports with specific details about incidents of abuse. This caseworker was less friendly, more suspicious. Took photos of everything, interviewed Lily more intensively, asked pointed questions about my parenting that felt accusatory. Again, after investigation, the case was closed as unfounded. But the caseworker warned me that repeated reports, even if unsubstantiated, created a pattern that concerned them. That if reports kept coming, they'd have to investigate more thoroughly regardless of prior findings. I was terrified. Someone was filing false CPS reports trying to build a case against me. I installed security cameras in my apartment to document that Lily was safe and well cared for. Started keeping detailed logs of everything: what Lily ate, when she bathed, her activities, her emotional state. Protected myself against accusations I knew were coming. The third CPS visit came a month later. This time they brought police. The reports had escalated, claiming I was physically beating Lily, withholding food as punishment, leaving her alone for extended periods. The allegations were horrific and completely false. They separated me from Lily during this investigation, took her to be examined by doctors, interviewed her extensively, checked for any signs of abuse. I was beside myself, sobbing in my apartment with police watching, while my 5-year-old daughter underwent traumatic medical examinations for abuse that never happened. After 6 hours, they returned Lily to me. The pediatrician found zero evidence of abuse. Lily's statements were consistent with a safe, loving home. The allegations were clearly false, but the investigator told me that whoever was filing these reports was providing very specific details, claiming to have witnessed abuse personally. I hired a lawyer, explained the situation. Someone was filing detailed false CPS reports against me repeatedly, escalating the severity of allegations, clearly trying to get Lily removed from my custody. My lawyer said this was criminal, that false reporting of child abuse was serious, but we'd need to identify who was doing it. CPS couldn't tell me who was reporting me due to confidentiality laws. But my lawyer filed a motion in family court requesting the information, arguing I had a right to know who was making false allegations against me so I could protect myself legally. The judge agreed, ordered CPS to reveal the sources of the reports. I got the disclosure a week later. 3 people had filed reports: Rachel, Colette, and Dean. My sisters and brother-in-law had been systematically reporting me for child abuse. I confronted Rachel at her house with the disclosure document. She didn't even try to deny it. "We're trying to save Lily from you. You're not equipped to be a mother, Nina. You're broke, you're alone, you're barely surviving. Lily deserves better. She deserves a stable 2-parent home with resources. So you filed false abuse reports to have her taken from me." We filed reports about concerning situations we'd observed. If CPS found them unsubstantiated, that's on them, not us. We're just trying to protect our niece. You lied to CPS. You claimed I beat her, starved her, neglected her. None of that is true. Colette had joined us. We were illustrating what could happen if Lily stays with you. You can barely afford your apartment. What happens when you lose your job? When you can't pay rent? When Lily suffers because you're too proud to admit you can't handle single motherhood? So you made up abuse allegations to force the state to remove her. Rachel's face hardened. We did what we had to do, and we'll keep doing it until someone listens. Lily belongs with a real family, with us. Dean and I have the space, the resources, the stability. We can give her everything you can't. That's when I understood. This wasn't about protecting Lily. Rachel wanted to take Lily because she couldn't have her own children. She'd convinced Colette and Dean to help her build a false CPS case against me so the state would remove Lily and place her with suitable family members who could provide a better home. They'd weaponized the child welfare system to try to steal my daughter. I reported everything to my lawyer. She immediately filed charges against all 3 of them for filing false reports of child abuse, harassment, and conspiracy to interfere with custody. Also filed for a restraining order prohibiting them from contact with me or Lily. My parents called, furious. Said I was destroying the family by having my sisters arrested over a misunderstanding. That Rachel was grieving her infertility and I was being cruel. That family should work through problems privately, not through police. They filed false abuse reports to try to take my daughter. That's not a misunderstanding, that's a crime. My father said Rachel had been devastated after her miscarriage, wasn't thinking clearly, that I should be more understanding. My mother said maybe Rachel had a point about Lily needing more stability, that perhaps this was a sign I should consider alternative arrangements. I hung up on them. They were siding with my sisters who'd tried to have my child removed through false abuse allegations. There was no family left to preserve. The criminal case proceeded. Rachel, Colette, and Dean were all charged with filing false reports of child abuse. Their defense was that they'd had genuine concerns about Lily's welfare, that they'd reported in good faith what they believed to be true. The prosecutor demolished that defense, showed that their reports contained specific details about incidents they claimed to have witnessed, but couldn't possibly have seen because I had documentation proving those incidents never occurred. Showed text messages between the three of them coordinating their reports, discussing which allegations would be most likely to result in removal. This wasn't good faith concern. It was conspiracy to separate a child from her mother through false allegations. During discovery, we found texts between Rachel and Dean discussing their plan explicitly. Rachel wrote, "If we can get Lily removed for a few months, we can petition for custody as family members offering a stable home. Nina won't be able to fight us. She can't afford lawyers." Dean responded, "Another report should do it. Make it serious enough they have to." Act. They've been planning to use the foster system as a stepping stone to permanent custody. Get Lily removed on false allegations, volunteer as kinship placement, then fight me in family court when I was already disadvantaged by having had my child removed by CPS. The evidence was damning. All three pled guilty to reduced charges as part of a deal. They were sentenced to probation, community service, fines, and ordered to pay restitution for my legal fees. Most importantly, they were ordered to have no contact with me or Lily, and their names were flagged in the CPS system, so any future reports from them would be automatically dismissed. My parents cut me off entirely, said I'd ruined Rachel's life when she was already suffering, that having her convicted of a crime was vindictive and cruel, that I should have let the family handle this privately instead of involving police. But there was no private handling of false child abuse allegations. Rachel, Colette, and Dean had committed crimes against me and Lily. They'd tried to weaponize the child welfare system to steal my daughter. Legal consequences were appropriate. The CPS investigations affected me professionally. My employer heard through gossip that I'd been investigated multiple times for child abuse. Even though all cases were unsubstantiated and I'd been the victim of false reporting, the stigma remained. Some coworkers treated me differently, avoided me, clearly believed there might be truth to the allegations. I eventually had to switch to a different dental practice to escape the rumors. Started fresh, where no one knew about the CPS investigations. It was frustrating having to rebuild professionally because my family had tried to destroy my reputation through false reports. Lily went through trauma too. She'd been subjected to multiple CPS interviews, medical examinations, had police in our home. She didn't fully understand what was happening, but knew strange adults kept asking her upsetting questions about whether mommy hurt her. Her pediatrician recommended therapy to process the experience of being investigated as a potential abuse victim. My sisters had traumatized a 5-year-old child with their false allegations, all because Rachel wanted a baby and decided my daughter should be hers. I moved to a different state 6 months after the legal case resolved, needed distance from my family, and a fresh start where no one knew about the CPS investigations. Found a job in Colorado, enrolled Lily in a good school, built a life away from people who'd tried to take her from me through systematic false reporting. Rachel attempted contact through a mutual friend a year later, sent a letter saying she was sorry things had gone so far, that she'd been desperate and made terrible choices, that she hoped someday I'd understand she'd only wanted what was best for Lily, that she'd love to have a relationship with her niece. I didn't respond. She'd filed multiple false child abuse reports, coordinated with her husband and sister to build a fabricated case against me, traumatized my daughter with invasive investigations, and tried to use the foster system to steal my child. That wasn't desperation making bad choices. That was calculated cruelty with criminal intent. Some people ask if I feel bad that Rachel's infertility drove her to such extremes, if I regret that she now has a criminal record that might affect future adoption attempts. The answer is no. Her infertility was tragic, but it didn't give her the right to try to take my daughter through false allegations of abuse. I'm 30 now. Lily's 6, thriving in first grade, completely unaware that her aunts and uncle tried to have her removed from my custody. We're building a happy life in Colorado, far from family members who decided filing false abuse reports was an acceptable way to get what they wanted. Rachel's actions weren't about protecting Lily. They were about taking Lily because Rachel couldn't have children of her own. She saw my daughter as a solution to her infertility problem and was willing to destroy me to obtain that solution. That's not family. That's predatory behavior that deserved criminal consequences. Family doesn't mean accepting attempts to steal your child through false abuse allegations. My sisters and brother-in-law made choices. Those choices were criminal. They faced consequences. That we're related doesn't change that they tried to weaponize Child Protective Services to take my daughter. I protected Lily from people who'd use false allegations to try to take her. That's not revenge, that's being a mother. And I'd do it again without hesitation. My family gave away my rescue dog while I was deployed overseas with the military. I'm Marcus, 24, enlisted in the Army 3 years ago. Before I joined, I rescued a dog named Apollo from a shelter when I was 19, right after moving out of my parents' house. Apollo was a 2-year-old German Shepherd mix who'd been surrendered by his previous owner. We bonded immediately, spent every day together for 2 years before I enlisted. He was my best friend, my emotional support through a lot of difficult times. When I got my deployment orders last year for a 9-month assignment in Germany, I faced a difficult choice about Apollo. I couldn't take him with me, couldn't afford the kenneling fees for 9 months, and didn't want him staying in a facility that long anyway. My parents, Linda and Greg, both 52, offered to take him. Said they'd love to have him, that my younger sister Ashley, 16, had been wanting a dog anyway. It seemed perfect. I drew up a detailed care agreement before I left, listed Apollo's feeding schedule, his medications for a minor hip issue, his behavioral quirks, his vet information. Made it explicitly clear that this was temporary care during my deployment, that I'd be taking Apollo back when I returned. My parents signed it, said of course they understood, that Apollo would be waiting for me when I got home. I deployed in March, stayed in contact with my family through video calls every couple weeks. Apollo was always in the background of these calls, looking happy and healthy. Ashley would show me tricks she'd taught him. My parents would update me on his vet visits. Everything seemed fine. I sent money every month to cover his food and medical expenses, counted down the days until I could see him again. I returned stateside 2 weeks ago, texted my parents that I'd be home in 3 days, excited to pick up Apollo and get settled back into civilian life. Mom's response was weird. "We need to talk when you get here. Call before you come over." I called immediately. "What's wrong? Is Apollo okay?" Long pause. Then, "Marcus, Apollo's no longer with us. We made a decision while you were gone. Ashley bonded with him so deeply, and he's been such a good influence on her. We thought it would be better for everyone if Apollo stayed with the family permanently." My heart stopped. "What do you mean he's no longer with you? Where is he?" "We gave him to Ashley as her dog. Legally, since he was under our care for 9 months, we had the right to make decisions about his future. Ashley needs him more than you do. You're young and single. You'll get another dog. This is what's best for Apollo." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You gave away my dog? I'm coming to get him right now." "Marcus, he's not here. Ashley was worried you'd react this way, so she took him to her friend's house until you calm down and accept the situation." I drove straight to my parents' house. They refused to let me in at first. Finally, my dad came out to the porch to talk. Explained that over the 9 months, Ashley had become Apollo's primary caretaker, that the dog had bonded with her, that she'd trained him and cared for him daily. That in their opinion, taking Apollo away from Ashley now would be cruel to both of them. He's my dog. I have adoption papers, vet records in my name, everything proving he's mine. Dad crossed his arms. You abandoned him for 9 months, left him with us and moved on with your military life. Ashley stepped up, became his real owner. Legally, we can argue that you abandoned the animal. I deployed. I was serving my country. You agreed to temporary care. Plans change. Apollo's part of our family now. You need to accept that and move forward. I called the police non-emergency line, explained the situation. My dog was legally mine. I had all documentation. My family had agreed to temporary care during deployment and was now refusing to return him. The officer who responded was sympathetic but said this was a civil matter, not criminal, that I'd need to pursue it through small claims court or animal control. I filed a report with animal control, provided my adoption papers from 5 years ago, vet records with my name, the care agreement my parents had signed before deployment, explicitly stating temporary guardianship. The officer assigned to the case said it was clear-cut, that the dog was legally my property, and my family needed to return him. Animal control visited my parents' house. Ashley still had Apollo at her friend's house. My parents claimed they didn't know where the dog was, that Ashley was staying with friends and they couldn't force her to return someone's pet. The officer issued a notice requiring return of the animal within 72 hours or face charges for theft of property. My mom called me crying. Marcus, how could you involve authorities? This is family business. You're going to get your sister in legal trouble over a dog? She has my dog, that I own, that you agreed to care for temporarily. This isn't complicated. Apollo loves Ashley. If you take him away from her, you'll break her heart. Is that what you want? To traumatize your 16-year-old sister? Is traumatizing me by giving away my dog while I was deployed what you wanted? Ashley finally called me, also crying. Marcus, please don't do this. Apollo is my best friend. I've spent every day with him for 9 months. I've trained him, taken him to the park, slept with him in my room every night. He's my dog now. He was my dog for 3 years before you ever met him. I left him with you temporarily, not permanently. But you left him. You chose the military over him. I chose him. I was there every single day. That makes me his real owner, not you. The entitlement was staggering. Ashley, I deployed. That's not abandonment. And you're 16. What happens when you go to college in 2 years? Were you planning to take Apollo with you? Silence. Then, that's different. I'll figure it out. You'll figure it out the same way I figured it out, by leaving him with family temporarily. Except I was actually his owner. She hung up on me, posted on Instagram about her toxic brother, trying to steal her emotional support dog after abandoning him for a year. Her friends flooded the comments with support for her, calling me heartless and selfish. None of them knew the full story. The 72-hour deadline passed. Ashley didn't return Apollo. Animal Control issued a citation and told me I'd need to pursue civil court for recovery of property. I filed in small claims court, suing my parents for return of Apollo, plus costs associated with legal fees and the emotional distress of having my pet withheld. My extended family got involved. Aunts and uncles calling to say I was being unreasonable, that Ashley was just a kid who'd bonded with a dog, that I should let her keep him and get a new dog. My grandmother said I was tearing the family apart over an animal. Only my Uncle Jeff, Dad's brother, took my side. This is insane. They agreed to watch your dog while you were deployed, then gave him away? That's theft. Ashley's feelings don't change the facts. The court date was set for 3 weeks out. In the meantime, I found out through a mutual friend that Ashley had created a GoFundMe to help defend against her brother trying to legally steal her emotional support dog. She'd raised $3,000 from people who believed her version of events, where I'd abandoned Apollo and she'd rescued him. I posted my own response with the full story. The adoption papers, the care agreement signed by my parents, photos of me with Apollo dating back 5 years, proof of my deployment. The GoFundMe got reported and taken down for misrepresentation. Ashley blocked me on all social media. My parents hired a lawyer. Their argument in court was that 9 months of primary care had established Ashley as Apollo's de facto owner, that removing the dog from her care now would be harmful to both Ashley and the animal, and that I had abandoned the dog by deploying without making permanent arrangements. My lawyer shredded their case, presented the signed care agreement explicitly stating temporary guardianship, presented my monthly payments for Apollo's care during deployment, presented communications from my parents during deployment discussing Apollo's care and sending me updates, proving they understood he was still my dog. Presented deployment orders showing I was on military assignment, not abandoning an animal. The judge was not impressed with my parents' argument. So you're saying that anyone who leaves a pet with family during military deployment has abandoned that animal and forfeits ownership? That's absurd. This young man served his country and made responsible arrangements for his dog's care. The care agreement is clear. The dog is his property. You have 24 hours to return the animal, or I'll hold you in contempt. My parents looked stunned. Ashley, who'd come to court, started crying loudly. My mom hugged her, glaring at me like I was the villain. After court, Dad pulled me aside. You really going through with this? You're going to force your sister to give up a dog she loves? You really went through with giving away my dog while I was deployed? Yeah, I'm taking back what's mine. They returned Apollo the next day. Ashley brought him to a neutral location, a park near my apartment. She was sobbing, hugging Apollo, telling him she loved him. Apollo was confused, looking between her and me. When he saw me, he started pulling toward me, tail wagging. He remembered. Ashley screamed at me while Apollo jumped on me, licking my face. See? You're forcing him to go with you. He wants to stay with me. But Apollo was pulling toward my car, excited. Whatever bond he'd formed with Ashley, he hadn't forgotten me. I was his person, his original owner. 9 months hadn't erased 3 years. I drove away with Apollo. Ashley posted a video of the exchange, edited to make it look like I'd forcibly removed a crying dog from her. Went viral in her friend circle. I got death threats from people who thought I'd stolen a dog from a teenage girl. I posted the full story with documentation, the adoption papers, the care agreement, the court judgment. Slowly, public opinion shifted. People started realizing I wasn't a dog thief. I was a veteran who'd had his pet stolen during deployment. My parents sent a letter through their lawyer demanding I pay them $2,800 for care expenses beyond what you provided during deployment. I had receipts showing I'd sent $200 per month for 9 months, covering all normal expenses. Their additional expenses were things like a fancy dog bed Ashley had wanted and training classes she'd enrolled him in without asking me. I countered with my own demand for the emotional distress and legal fees they'd caused. We settled at 0 payment either direction. They'd return the money I'd sent for his care. I'd drop the claim for additional damages. Done. Apollo's been home with me for 10 days now. He's readjusting, still knows all his old routines, sleeps in my bed like he used to. We're rebuilding our bond after the forced separation. He's happy, healthy, home. Ashley posted a TikTok about losing her emotional support dog to her selfish brother. Got hundreds of sympathetic comments before someone linked my documentation showing the full story. Her comments section turned on her. She deleted the video. My parents haven't spoken to me since the exchange. Mom sent one text. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed your relationship with your sister and your family over a dog. Was it worth it? I didn't respond. But yes, it was worth it. Apollo isn't just a dog. He's my companion, my responsibility, my family. I made arrangements for his care during my deployment. They violated that trust, gave him away, then tried to legally justify theft. Ashley will get over it. She's 16. She'll find other things to care about. But Apollo's been mine for 5 years. He was there when I was struggling, when I was lonely, when I needed someone. I wasn't going to abandon him because my family decided he'd be better off with them. Sometimes standing up for yourself means your family will hate you. My parents and sister have painted me as the villain, the heartless brother who traumatized a teenage girl by taking her dog. But I know the truth. I protected what was mine. I refused to let them steal from me just because I was deployed and couldn't stop them in the moment. If that makes me the bad guy in their story, fine. Apollo's curled up next to me right now, content and safe. That's what matters. They gambled that I wouldn't fight back, that I'd accept their decision to give away my dog. They were wrong. Family doesn't mean you get to take what isn't yours. Family doesn't mean I accept theft because confronting it might cause discomfort. They made a choice to violate my trust. I made a choice to hold them accountable. I'd make the same choice again. My parents gave my inheritance to my brother after telling everyone I was mentally unstable. I'm Theo, 26, software engineer living in Austin. My maternal grandmother passed away 2 years ago and left me a significant inheritance in her will. Her house in Vermont, some stocks, and various personal items including jewelry and artwork. She'd always been closest to me among her grandchildren, said I reminded her of herself when she was young. We'd spent summers together while I was growing up, bonding over books and hiking. The inheritance reflected our relationship. My brother Garrett, 30, got a smaller inheritance, some money and a few items, but nothing like what I received. My parents, Linda and Tom, both 58, were executors of the will and were supposed to distribute everything according to my grandmother's wishes once the estate cleared probate. The estate process took 18 months. During that time, I was working in Austin, staying in touch with my parents about logistics, but mostly focused on my career. I'd started at a competitive tech company, working long hours, proving myself in a demanding environment. I didn't have time to fly to Vermont to deal with estate details, trusted my parents to handle it properly. Last summer, the estate finally cleared probate. Everything was ready for distribution. My parents called asking if I could come home to Vermont for a weekend to sign paperwork and collect my inheritance. I took time off work, flew across the country, prepared to finally receive what my grandmother had left me. When I arrived at my parents' house, Garrett was there too. So were my aunt and uncle, my grandmother's other children. Everyone looked uncomfortable. Dad sat me down in the living room and started talking about my grandmother's wishes and family responsibility, and making sure everyone was taken care of. Then Mom said, "Theo, we've made some changes to how we're distributing the inheritance. We think it's fairer this way, more in line with what Grandma would have really wanted if she'd understood everyone's situations." Changes? Grandma's will was very clear about what she wanted. Dad cleared his throat. Your grandmother wrote that will several years ago, before certain things became apparent. We've decided that Garrett should receive the house and the stocks. You'll receive some of the personal items and a small monetary distribution. I stared at them. You've decided? You're executors, not beneficiaries. You don't get to decide anything. The will specifies what goes to who. Mom's face got that pitying expression I hate. Theo, honey, we need to talk about your mental health. You've been struggling for years, even if you won't admit it. The pressure of your job, living alone so far from family, the isolation. We're worried about you. What are you talking about? I'm fine. I have a good job. I'm successful. I'm happy. You're not fine, Garrett said. You've been erratic for months, calling us at weird hours, sending strange texts, talking about stress and pressure. Mom and Dad are right to be concerned. I'd called them a few times late at night when I was working on urgent projects. Yeah. I'd vented about work stress because that's normal. But erratic? Strange? Dad pulled out his phone, showed me a series of texts I'd allegedly sent over the past year. Messages about feeling overwhelmed, paranoid about coworkers, unable to sleep, questioning reality. Except, I'd never sent those texts. The number was mine, but the words weren't. I didn't send these. Theo, denial is part of the problem. We've consulted with a therapist who reviewed these messages. She agreed you're showing signs of serious mental health issues. Given your instability, we can't in good conscience give you control of a house and substantial assets. Garrett is more stable, more capable of managing the inheritance responsibly. They'd created a narrative of my mental instability using fabricated text messages and taken my inheritance based on that narrative. My grandmother's house, the stocks, everything was now going to Garrett because my parents had decided I was too mentally unstable to handle it. This is fraud. Grandma's will is a legal document. You can't just change it because you've decided I'm mentally ill. Mom started crying. We're trying to protect you. You can't see how bad things have gotten, but we can. We're your parents. We know when something's wrong. My aunt spoke up then. Linda, Tom, I'm uncomfortable with this. Mother's will was very clear. If you have concerns about Theo's well-being, that's separate from inheritance distribution. We can't just ignore legal documents. Dad turned on her. We're the executors. We have discretion to distribute assets in the best interest of the beneficiaries. Theo isn't capable of managing this inheritance right now. We're exercising our judgment. Your judgment isn't what matters. Mother's explicit wishes are what matter. The argument escalated. My uncle took my parents' side, said they knew me best, and if they thought I was unstable, we should listen. My aunt insisted the will had to be followed regardless. Garrett stayed quiet, clearly fine with getting an inheritance that wasn't meant for him. I left. Went to a hotel, called a lawyer from the Vermont Bar Association, explained the situation. My parents were executors of my grandmother's estate. They were refusing to distribute my inheritance per the will's terms. They'd fabricated evidence of mental instability to justify keeping assets from me. The lawyer was immediately concerned. Executors have fiduciary duty to follow the will's terms. They can't just decide a beneficiary is unfit and redistribute assets. That's not how any of this works. You need to file an objection with the probate court immediately. I filed the objection the next morning. Requested the court compel my parents to distribute the estate according to my grandmother's actual will, not their modified version. Requested an investigation into whether they'd breached their fiduciary duty as executors. My parents were furious, called me saying I was proving their point about my instability, that mentally well people don't sue their own parents, that I was tearing the family apart over material possessions, showing I didn't care about relationships. You stole my inheritance and fabricated evidence of mental illness to justify it. I'm not tearing the family apart, you already did that. We're protecting you from yourself. You're not thinking clearly. I hung up and focused on building my case. The fabricated text messages were the key. I pulled my phone records from my carrier, showing exactly what messages I'd actually sent. Compared them to the screenshots my parents had shown me. Found dozens of messages in their screenshots that didn't appear in my actual sending history. Someone had created fake text conversations using my number, screenshotted them, and presented them as evidence of my deteriorating mental health. The metadata on the screenshots showed they'd been created on my mother's phone. She'd fabricated the entire mental health crisis. I also gathered evidence of my actual mental state. Performance reviews from work showing I was exceeding expectations. References from colleagues describing me as stable and competent. Medical records from my annual checkup showing no mental health concerns. A letter from my doctor stating I'd never been treated for or diagnosed with any psychiatric conditions. The probate hearing was scheduled for 6 weeks later. My parents hired a lawyer who argued they'd acted in good faith based on genuine concerns about my well-being, that their modifications to the distribution were meant to protect me, that I was displaying vengeful behavior that proved their concerns were valid. My lawyer presented the phone records showing the text messages were fabricated, the metadata showing my mother had created the fake screenshots, my employment records proving I was functioning at a high level, medical documentation showing no mental health issues. The judge was not pleased. "So you're telling me the executors fabricated evidence of mental instability to justify violating the explicit terms of the will and redistributing assets to a different beneficiary?" My parents' lawyer tried to backtrack. "My clients may have been mistaken about the source of certain messages, but their concern for their son's well-being was genuine." Mistaken? The metadata shows Mrs. Henderson created these fake screenshots on her own phone. This wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate fabrication. The judge ruled in my favor, ordered my parents to immediately distribute my inheritance according to my grandmother's will, removed them as executors for breach of fiduciary duty, and appointed a neutral third party to oversee the distribution, ordered them to pay my legal fees. But the ruling also triggered an investigation. The judge referred the case to the district attorney's office for potential fraud charges. Fabricating evidence to steal someone's inheritance was criminal, even when the perpetrators were the victim's parents. I got my inheritance: the house in Vermont, the stocks, the jewelry and artwork my grandmother had wanted me to have. A neutral executor handled the distribution professionally. No drama, no fabricated mental health crises. Garrett had to return everything he'd already moved from the house. He'd been living there for 2 months, already planning renovations. He sent me an angry text saying I'd stolen his future, that Mom and Dad had promised him the house and I'd ruined everything with my selfishness. I didn't respond. The DA decided to prosecute, said fraud in estate matters was taken seriously, that executors who fabricated evidence to steal from beneficiaries needed to face consequences. My parents were charged with fraud, forgery for the fake text messages, and breach of fiduciary duty. They hired a better lawyer for the criminal case. Their defense was that they'd genuinely believed I was mentally unstable, that they'd exaggerated evidence but not fabricated it, that their intentions had been protective, not malicious. The prosecutor showed the metadata proving the messages were created on my mother's phone, never sent from mine. Showed how they'd carefully constructed a narrative of my mental decline over months, building a false case to justify stealing my inheritance. This wasn't exaggeration, it was systematic fraud. My extended family fractured over the case. My aunt and uncle on my mom's side testified against my parents, saying they'd been uncomfortable with the inheritance changes but had been pressured to go along. My uncle on my dad's side testified in their defense, saying they'd been acting out of parental concern. Garrett maintained he'd known nothing about the fabricated texts, that he genuinely believed I was unstable and our parents were making reasonable decisions. I didn't believe him. He'd been living in my grandmother's house, the one she'd explicitly left to me, without ever questioning whether our parents had the right to give it to him. The jury convicted my parents on all counts. They were sentenced to probation, community service, and ordered to pay significant fines. They avoided jail time due to their ages and lack of criminal history, but they had fraud convictions on their records. The family consequences were worse than the legal ones for them. My aunt stopped speaking to them. Extended family members who'd initially been neutral turned against them once the full extent of the fabrication became public. Their church community, where they'd been active members for decades, became cold and distant. My mother sent a letter 6 months after the conviction. Long, rambling explanation about how she'd panicked when she saw my grandmother's will, how she'd always thought Garrett needed more support than me, how the inheritance disparity felt unfair. She'd started with small exaggerations about my stress levels. Then, when I didn't seem unstable enough to justify changing the inheritance, she'd escalated to fabricating the text messages. "I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to help your brother. You've always been the successful one. You didn't need Grandma's house. Garrett has struggled, and I thought giving him this chance would help him get on his feet. I know I went about it wrong, but my heart was in the right place. I didn't respond to the letter. Her heart being in the right place didn't change that she'd committed fraud to steal my inheritance, that she'd fabricated evidence of mental illness and tried to ruin my reputation, that she'd violated my grandmother's explicit wishes because she'd decided her judgment was better. I sold my grandmother's house. I'd loved it as a kid but didn't want to maintain a property across the country, and after everything that had happened, it was tainted. Used the money to buy a house in Austin, invested the rest. My grandmother had wanted to provide for my future. She did, just not in the way she'd originally planned. Garrett sent occasional texts asking if we could talk, if I was really going to let our parents' mistakes destroy our sibling relationship. I reminded him he'd moved into my house knowing it was meant for me, that he'd benefited from fraud and shown no remorse until forced to return what he'd taken. That wasn't a mistake. It was opportunistic theft. I blocked his number. I'm 28 now, own a house, have a good career, managing my inheritance responsibly. My parents are essentially estranged, see them at unavoidable family events and maintain cold civility. Garrett, I don't see at all. Sometimes people ask if I regret pressing charges, if having my parents convicted of fraud was worth inheriting a house. The answer is yes. They didn't just take physical assets. They tried to destroy my reputation by fabricating mental illness. They told extended family I was unstable and needed protection from myself. The legal case wasn't about the house. It was about stopping them from rewriting reality to suit their preferences. My grandmother left me that inheritance because she knew me, loved me, wanted to provide for my future. My parents tried to steal it because they decided Garrett deserved it more. They chose to commit fraud rather than respect her wishes. Legal consequences were appropriate. Family doesn't mean accepting theft because the thieves are related to you. My parents made choices. Those choices were criminal. They faced consequences. That I was their son didn't give them permission to steal from me. And prosecuting them didn't make me a bad son. It made me someone who refused to be victimized by people who believed family relationship meant they could do whatever they wanted without accountability. My parents sabotaged my job offer because they wanted me to stay home and care for my siblings. I'm Lena, 23, oldest of 5 kids in a family where I've been the de facto third parent since I was 12. My parents, Ruth and Michael, both 47, had me at 24, then kept having kids. Twin brothers Jacob and Elias, who are 19, sister Nora, who's 15, and brother Owen, who's 11. From the time the twins were born, I was responsible for childcare, feeding them, changing diapers, helping with homework, driving them to activities once I got my license. My teenage years were babysitting my siblings while my parents worked or had date nights, or just needed a break. I accepted it because I loved my siblings and thought I was helping my family. But somewhere along the way, helping became expected, became required. I couldn't make plans without checking if my parents needed me to watch the kids, couldn't go to sleepovers or school trips because someone had to be home with my siblings. My friends stopped inviting me places because I always had to say no. I commuted to community college to save money and stay home. My parents said it made sense financially, but really it meant I was available for childcare. I got my associate's degree in graphic design while working part-time at Target and full-time as an unpaid nanny for my siblings. When I tried to move out at 21, my parents guilted me into staying. Said Owen was struggling in school and needed my help, that Nora was going through a difficult phase, and I was the only one who could reach her. 6 months ago, I applied for a graphic design position at a marketing firm in Seattle. It was perfect. Entry-level but with room for growth, decent salary, benefits. I didn't tell my parents I was applying because I knew they'd talk me out of it. When I got the interview request, I told them I had a doctor's appointment and drove 3 hours to Seattle for it. The interview went amazingly. They loved my portfolio, my ideas, my energy. The creative director said I was exactly what they were looking for. 2 weeks later, they called with an offer. $52,000 salary, health insurance, start date in 1 month. I'd need to relocate to Seattle, but they'd give me 2 weeks to find housing before my start date. I was ecstatic. This was my chance to finally have my own life, my own career, my own space. I accepted the offer immediately, then went home to tell my parents I was moving to Seattle in a month. The reaction was worse than I'd anticipated. Mom started crying, said I was abandoning the family when they needed me most. Dad said I was being selfish, that I had responsibilities at home that I couldn't just walk away from. Jacob and Elias were heading to college in the fall and wouldn't be around to help. Who would watch Owen and Nora? "You'll figure it out like every other parent does," I said. "I've been helping raise your kids for 11 years. I'm 23. I need to start my own life." Mom looked at me like I'd slapped.
Her. Your own life? This is your life. This family is your life. You don't just abandon your siblings because you got some job offer. It's not some job offer, it's my career. And they're not my kids, they're yours. Dad got angry then. Said I was ungrateful after everything they'd sacrificed for me, letting me live at home rent-free through college. I pointed out I'd paid for my own tuition and paid them $400 a month for expenses, while providing free childcare worth way more than rent would have cost them. He said, "Family doesn't keep score." The argument ended with me in my room, packing. I had 1 month to find an apartment in Seattle and prepare for my new job. My parents weren't speaking to me except to make passive-aggressive comments about my betrayal. Then, things got worse. 2 weeks before my start date, I got a call from the marketing firm's HR director. She sounded uncomfortable. "Lena, we need to discuss some concerns that have come to our attention. We received a call from someone claiming to be your former supervisor with some troubling information about your work history." My stomach dropped. "What kind of information?" "Claims that you were terminated from a previous position for theft, that you have issues with punctuality and professionalism, that you falsified information on your application. We need to verify these claims before we can proceed with your employment." I'd never been fired from anywhere. I'd worked at Target for 4 years with perfect attendance and 2 promotions. "Who called you? What company did they claim to be from?" The HR director gave me a name I didn't recognize and a company that didn't exist. "We tried calling back, but the number is disconnected. Look, Lena, we really liked you in the interview process, but we can't ignore allegations this serious. We need you to provide documentation refuting these claims, references who can speak to your character and work history." I spent the next 3 days gathering everything, called my Target manager who wrote a glowing reference, got my personnel file showing my clean record, compiled performance reviews, sent everything to the HR director with a detailed explanation that someone had called with false information to sabotage my job offer. While compiling this documentation, I checked my email and found something odd. My professional email account showed login activity from an IP address I didn't recognize, in my hometown. Someone had accessed my email account 2 weeks ago, right around when the firm would have been sending offer details and onboarding information. I checked the access logs more carefully. The unknown IP had accessed emails from the marketing firm, my Target employee portal, my bank statements. Someone had been reading my private emails and gathering information about my new job. I confronted my parents. "Did you access my email account?" Mom looked away. Dad said, "We needed to know what you were planning. You were making a huge mistake and we had to protect you." "Protect me? Did you call my new employer and lie about me?" Silence. Then Mom started crying. "We didn't lie. We expressed concerns to them about whether you were ready for this kind of responsibility, whether you understood what you'd be giving up. You told them I was fired for theft. You made up a fake supervisor in a fake company."
Dad got defensive. We told them you had issues managing responsibilities, that you'd abandoned previous commitments. That's not lying. That's giving them relevant information about your character. You sabotaged my job offer because you want me to stay home and raise your children. We want you to fulfill your family obligations. You have a responsibility to your siblings. Owen needs you. Nora needs you. You can't just run off to Seattle and pretend this family doesn't exist. I recorded the rest of that conversation on my phone. Got them admitting they'd accessed my email, called the marketing firm, provided false information to damage my employment prospects. Then I called the HR director back. I know who called you. It was my parents. They accessed my email account without permission, got your contact information, and called pretending to be a former supervisor because they want to prevent me from moving out of state. I have a recording of them admitting it. This is harassment and fraud. The HR director was quiet for a long moment. That's extremely concerning. Are you in a safe situation at home? I'm moving out immediately, but I need to know if I still have this job. She said she'd need to discuss it with the management team and legal department, that this was an unusual situation. She'd call me back within 48 hours. I moved out that night, packed everything I could fit in my car, left while my parents were out with the younger kids. Left a note saying I wouldn't be returning and they could mail any remaining belongings to my friend's address where I'd be staying temporarily. My mom called 17 times that night. Dad sent texts saying I was making the biggest mistake of my life, that I'd regret this, that I was destroying the family. Jacob called asking what was happening. Why was everyone upset? I explained the situation. He was shocked. They called your job? They pretended to be your supervisor and lied about you? Yes, because they want me to stay home and take care of Owen and Nora. That's insane. Lena, we're adults, we can help with the kids. You don't have to sacrifice your whole life for this. Elias called next, said the same thing. They'd both assumed I wanted to stay home and help with the family. Didn't realize our parents had been guilting and manipulating me into staying. They'd be home from college during summers and breaks. They could help. I didn't need to give up my career. The HR director called back. The firm had reviewed the situation with legal. Given the harassment and fraud committed by my parents and the documentation I'd provided, proving my actual work history was excellent, they were proceeding with my employment. However, they were filing a report with local police about the fraud, as providing false information to damage someone's employment prospects was potentially criminal. I started my job 3 weeks later, found a studio apartment in Seattle, moved my stuff from my friend's place, began my actual adult life at 23. The marketing firm was amazing. My coworkers were supportive. I was finally doing work I loved and getting paid for it. My parents sent letters to my apartment, long, rambling explanations about how they'd only done what they thought was best, how I'd forced them to take extreme measures by refusing to listen to reason, how they were my parents and knew better than I did about what I needed. They wanted me to come home, said they'd forgive me for overreacting if I'd just be reasonable. I didn't respond. But I did file a police report about the email hacking and employment fraud, provided the recording of my parents admitting what they'd done. The detective assigned to the case said this was unfortunately common in controlling family situations. They'd investigate, but prosecution would depend on whether the firm wanted to press charges. The firm did want to press charges. Their legal department said they couldn't ignore fraud targeting their hiring process. My parents received notice they were being investigated for identity fraud and criminal impersonation. Mom called me sobbing. "Lena, how could you do this to us? We're your parents. You're having us arrested. You committed fraud to sabotage my employment because you wanted me to stay home and raise your children. Actions have consequences." "We didn't commit fraud. We just gave them information about your character. That's not illegal." "You impersonated a supervisor from a fake company and lied about me being fired for theft. That's absolutely illegal. You committed a crime to control me." Dad got on the phone. "If you don't drop this, you're not our daughter anymore. You'll be dead to this family." "Then I guess I'm dead to you. But I'm alive in Seattle with a career I love and a life you can't control anymore." I hung up, blocked their numbers. The investigation proceeded. The police found evidence of the email access from my parents' home IP address, found records of the call to the marketing firm from my dad's cell phone, found drafts of what they'd planned to say saved in my mom's email, which they'd accessed from my computer before I moved out, and stupidly saved to their own email to review later. The prosecutor offered a plea deal. Drop the criminal charges if my parents agreed to a restraining order prohibiting contact with me or my employer, completed a course on boundaries and harassment, and formally apologized in writing. My parents refused, said they'd done nothing wrong, and wouldn't apologize for trying to protect their daughter from making a mistake. The case went to court. My parents represented themselves, claimed they'd had a right to express concerns about my character to potential employers. The judge was not sympathetic. Pointed out that impersonating a supervisor and providing false information about criminal activity was fraud, regardless of familial relationship or claimed good intentions. They were convicted of criminal impersonation and harassment, sentenced to probation, community service, and ordered to pay restitution to me for the therapy I'd needed after their sabotage. The restraining order was granted as part of their probation terms. My siblings reached out. Jakob and Elias apologized for not realizing how much pressure I'd been under, how much our parents had been using me. Said they were stepping up to help with Owen and Nora, that I shouldn't have had to sacrifice my entire young adulthood to raise kids that weren't mine. Nora sent a letter saying she missed me, but understood why I'd left, that she was sorry Mom and Dad had made me feel trapped. Only Owen was confused and hurt, too young to understand the full situation. He just knew his big sister had left, and now Mom and Dad were in legal trouble and everyone was upset. Jakob sent me videos of Owen's school events so I wouldn't miss everything. Said when Owen was older, they'd explain why I'd had to leave. I've been in Seattle for 8 months now. Got promoted to junior designer, making friends, dating someone I really like, building a life that's actually mine. My apartment is small, but it's mine. My time is mine. My future is mine. Sometimes I feel guilty, wonder if I should have just stayed and helped, if destroying my relationship with my parents was worth a job and an apartment. Then, I remember them admitting they'd sabotaged my employment. Dad saying I'd be dead to them if I didn't drop the charges. Mom crying about how I was ruining the family by refusing to sacrifice my career to raise my siblings. They didn't see me as their daughter with my own life and dreams. They saw me as free childcare they were entitled to. When I tried to leave, they committed crimes to stop me. That's not love. That's control. My therapist says I'm processing trauma from being parentified as a child and manipulated as an adult. That establishing boundaries with family members who refuse to see you as autonomous is painful but necessary. That choosing myself wasn't selfish, it was survival. I choose to believe her. I'm 23, living in a city I love, doing work that matters to me, free from people who tried to trap me in a role I never chose. My parents face legal consequences for trying to sabotage that. Maybe that makes me a bad daughter, but it makes me a person with a future, and that's worth more than being good. My family destroyed my art portfolio the week before my dream school interview. I'm Sadie, 21, been working toward art school since I was 14. Not just casual interest, complete dedication. I've spent 7 years building a portfolio for admission to the Rhode Island School of Design, one of the best art programs in the world. Hundreds of pieces, thousands of hours, my entire adolescence poured into this goal. My interview was scheduled for next week, the final step in their admission process. My family has never taken my art seriously. My parents, Anne and Robert, both 49, are engineers who believe in practical careers. My older brother Colin, 24, is in medical school. They've tolerated my art as a hobby, but made it clear they expected me to pursue something real for college. I applied to RISD without telling them, got accepted into their interview round, planned to pay for it myself through scholarships and my job savings. I've been living at home to save money while working full-time at a coffee shop and doing freelance design work. Kept my art supplies and portfolio in my bedroom, organized meticulously. My interview prep included selecting 20 pieces from my larger portfolio to present, showing range and growth as an artist. These pieces represented my best work, some dating back 5 years, others completed recently. Irreplaceable. Last Tuesday, I came home from my shift at the coffee shop to find my bedroom door open. That was weird because I always keep it closed and locked. My art supplies were gone. My portfolio cases were gone. The walls where I'd hung work-in-progress pieces were bare. I ran downstairs. Mom was making dinner like nothing was wrong. "Mom, where's my art stuff? Where's my portfolio?" She didn't even turn around. "We cleaned out your room. You're 21 years old, still living at home, wasting time on childish hobbies. We threw it all away. It's time you grew up and found a real direction." The room started spinning. "Threw it away? You threw away my portfolio?" "We did you a favor. That art nonsense was preventing you from focusing on actual career options. Your father and I decided it was time for tough love." I ran to the garage where our trash bins are kept. Empty. Collection had been that morning. I ran outside to the curb. Nothing. 7 years of work, hundreds of original pieces, gone to a landfill somewhere. Dad came out to the garage. "Sadie, your mother's right. This art fantasy has gone on long enough. You're 21, no degree, no real job prospects, living in our house. We're not supporting this anymore." "I have an interview at RISD next week. Those pieces were my portfolio for one of the best art schools in the country." He actually laughed. "Art school? Sadie, be serious. You can't make a living as an artist. We threw away some drawings. You'll thank us later when you're actually employable." Colin came home from med school for the weekend, found me sobbing in my empty room, frantically looking through my phone for photos of pieces I could maybe recreate. He asked what happened. When I told him, he shrugged. "Honestly, Sadie, maybe it's for the best. You've been wasting years on art when you could have been in college getting a real degree. Mom and Dad did you a favor even if you can't see it yet." I called RISD's admissions office, explained what happened. The coordinator was sympathetic but clear. Without a physical portfolio to present at the interview, I couldn't be considered for admission. I had digital photos of some pieces, but not all, and their program requires in-person portfolio review. Could I reapply next year? Sure, but this year's opportunity was gone. My entire family had conspired to destroy my chance at my dream school, threw away 7 years of work the week before my interview. And they genuinely believed they'd done me a favor. I moved out the next day, took only my clothes and essentials, left everything else. My friend Jasmine let me crash on her couch. I blocked my family's numbers, blocked them on social media, cut all contact. I wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me broken. But I was broken. 7 years of work, hundreds of pieces, irreplaceable. I'd never recreated specific pieces because I thought they were safe in my room. Paintings, sculptures, digital work printed and mounted, sketchbooks full of concept development. All in a landfill because my parents decided art wasn't a real career. Jasmine helped me file a police report for destruction of property. The officer was sympathetic but realistic. Since I'd been living in my parents' house and the items were in their house, proving they didn't have the right to dispose of them would be difficult. The art was mine, but establishing value and intentional destruction versus cleaning out a room would be hard to prove. I consulted with a lawyer using free legal aid through my county. She said I could potentially sue for the value of destroyed property, but I'd need to prove what was destroyed and what it was worth. Did I have insurance on the pieces? No. Professional appraisals? No. I had photos of maybe 40% of what they'd destroyed, but proving the value of original art by an unknown artist would be nearly impossible. Your best option is honestly moving forward, the lawyer said. I'm sorry. What your parents did was morally reprehensible, but legally actionable? That's a harder case. I wasn't giving up. I started documenting everything. Found old photos on my phone and computer showing my artwork. Asked friends for photos they'd taken of pieces I'd given them or shown them. Contacted teachers from high school who had photos of my work from classes and competitions. Built a digital archive of everything I could recover. I reached out to RISD again, explained the situation more fully, asked if there was any exception they could make. The coordinator connected me with the department head. We had a video call where I showed her everything I'd been able to document, explained what had happened. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. Then, Sadie, I can't change our portfolio requirements, but I can offer you a deferred acceptance. If you can rebuild your portfolio and present it at our next interview round in 6 months, we'll fast-track your application based on what you've shown me here and your circumstances. 6 months. I could do 6 months. It meant delaying school a year, but I could rebuild enough of a portfolio to present. I thanked her profusely, hung up, and started planning. I picked up extra shifts at the coffee shop, bought new art supplies with credit because I couldn't afford to wait until I'd saved cash. Set a goal of creating 30 strong pieces in 6 months to replace what had been destroyed. It was aggressive, but possible if I dedicated every free moment to it. My family found out I'd moved out when they tried to call me for Sunday dinner, and all their calls went straight to voicemail. Mom showed up at the coffee shop 3 days after I'd left. Sadie, you're being dramatic. Come home, we can talk about this. There's nothing to talk about. You destroyed 7 years of my work. We threw away some drawings that were cluttering your room. You're acting like we committed a crime. A customer in line spoke up. You threw away her art portfolio? That's incredibly messed up. Mom glared at the customer, turned back to me. Sadie, you're embarrassing yourself. Working in a coffee shop at 21 with no degree. Is this really better than coming home and making a real plan? Better than living with people who destroyed my life's work? Absolutely. She left angry, came back 2 days later with Dad. They wanted to have a mature conversation about my future. I refused to talk to them. My manager eventually asked them to leave because they were disrupting business. Colin called from a number I didn't have blocked. Sadie, you're being ridiculous. Mom and Dad made a parenting decision. You don't get to cut off the whole family because you're mad they threw away your hobby supplies. My hobby supplies were a 7-year portfolio for RISD. This wasn't cleaning out old toys, Colin. They destroyed my application materials for one of the best art schools in the country. RISD? Sadie, come on. You really think you were going to art school? You can't afford it. You don't have the grades for scholarships. And art isn't a career. They saved you from wasting application fees. I got accepted to interview round. I had scholarships lined up. They destroyed this opportunity deliberately the week before my interview. Silence. Then, you got into RISD interview round? Yes, and now I can't present my portfolio because it's in a landfill. More silence. I didn't know you'd actually gotten that far. I thought this was still a pipe dream. It was real, and they destroyed it. So no, Colin, I'm not being ridiculous. I'm protecting myself from people who will sabotage me when they disagree with my choices. He tried to convince me to come home, said Mom and Dad felt terrible now that they understood I'd actually had a chance. I told him feeling terrible after destroying my work wasn't the same as not destroying it in the first place. I blocked his number too. For 3 months, I worked and created art, rebuilt my portfolio piece by piece. Different work than what I'd lost, but strong. My style had matured anyway. Maybe the new portfolio would be better than what I'd lost. I tried to believe that. My family showed up at Jasmine's apartment in month 4. All 3 of them, banging on the door, demanding to talk to me. Jasmine told them to leave, or she'd call the police. They left, but Mom slipped a letter under the door. The letter said they'd made a mistake, that they hadn't understood how serious my art career was, that they wanted to make things right. Dad had written a check for $5,000 to help me replace supplies and pay for school applications. They wanted me to come home, promised to support my art going forward. I tore up the check, sent them a text from a texting app so they couldn't save my new number. You destroyed 7 years of work because you didn't respect my choices. Money doesn't fix that. Don't contact me again. Mom responded immediately. Sadie, please, we made a mistake. Your father and I want to fix this. We'll pay for art school if you get in. We'll support you. Please come home. You'll support me now that you understand it's legitimate? You only respect my choices when they meet your standards of worthiness? That's not support. That's control. I blocked the texting app number after sending that. Month 6 arrived. I'd completed 32 pieces, selected the best 25 for my portfolio, photographed everything professionally this time, kept backups of backups, drove to RISD for my deferred interview. The interview went well, better than I'd expected. The panel asked about my work, my process, my influences. At the end, they asked if there was anything else I wanted them to know. I told them the truth, that 6 months ago my family had destroyed my original portfolio because they didn't believe art was a legitimate career. That every piece in front of them had been created in the 6 months since, during every moment I wasn't working my full-time job. That this portfolio represented not just my artistic ability, but my commitment to pursuing art despite people trying to stop me. The panel exchanged looks. The department head who'd offered my deferral smiled slightly. That's exactly the kind of dedication we look for in our students. I got my acceptance letter 3 weeks later. Full scholarship covering tuition, partial living expenses covered by a need-based grant. I'd be starting at RISD in the fall. I posted about the acceptance on Instagram. Didn't mention my family or what had happened, just that I'd been accepted to my dream school. Friends congratulated me. Old teachers reached out saying they'd always known I'd make it. My post got shared by RISD's official account celebrating their incoming class. My mother found the post somehow, called me from a number I didn't recognize. Sadie, we saw you got into art school. We're so proud of you. We knew you could do it. You knew I could do it? You threw away my portfolio. We made a mistake, but look, it worked out. You rebuilt your portfolio and got in anyway. Maybe this was meant to happen this way. The audacity was staggering. You destroyed my work and now you're claiming it was somehow beneficial? That it worked out? I'm saying, maybe you needed the challenge of rebuilding. Maybe your new portfolio was better than your old one. We pushed you even if we didn't realize it at the time. I hung up. Blocked that number too. Dad sent an email to my old email address that I barely checked anymore. Long message about how they'd always loved me, how they'd made mistakes but only because they wanted the best for me, how family was forever and I needed to forgive them eventually. How they wanted to attend my graduation from RISD, wanted to be part of my success. I didn't respond. They destroyed 7 years of work, sabotaged my interview opportunity, and showed zero remorse until they realized I'd succeeded anyway. Now they wanted credit for my success? Wanted to be proud parents at graduation? They didn't get to be part of this. They'd made their choice when they threw away my portfolio. I'd made mine when I rebuilt it without them. I started RISD in 3 weeks. New city, new life, new community of people who respect art as legitimate work. My family still tries to contact me occasionally, still acts like I'm being unreasonable for not forgiving them. They genuinely seem to believe that because I succeeded despite their sabotage wasn't that bad. But that's not how it works. You don't get to destroy someone's work, sabotage their opportunities, then claim their success as evidence your destruction wasn't harmful. My success isn't because of them, or despite them in some cosmic lesson way. It's separate from them entirely. They're irrelevant to my story now, except as the people I had to escape from to build the life I wanted. Sometimes, family is the obstacle you have to overcome, not the support that helps you succeed. Mine threw away 7 years of work. I rebuilt in 6 months and got into my dream school anyway. That's my story. They don't get to be in it anymore.